We are live. That's right. Back to Satisfactory. Just messing with my levels there. The two different musics that I use are a little bit different. Tom G first. Yes, that's right. It is calling to me. This little button right here, but there will be plenty of time for that in the future. Are there people we don't know about? Yeah, there's a mouse in my pocket. How's the music, guys? Let me know if it's too loud. Still kind of tweaking. So, I, as you know, haven't been playing Satisfactory for the last 2 weeks. I've been buried in my new game, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I think about it kind of all the time. You know, when you started Satisfactory and you're like, you know, you just think about it and you're like, I gotta get back in there. I gotta keep going, you know? That's how I am for this other game. But I took last week off of Satisfactory, even though I promised. And when I did that, I realized it was partially that. There were some other things too. I realized that I needed to relinquish my responsibilities as the guild leader of the new guild in that other game. I couldn't really do what I needed to do. I felt like I was unable to stream Satisfactory. And, you know, I don't want that. I want to play other games on the channel. And if I'm constantly in there as a guild leader, it was not going to happen. And we gave it everything we had. I did 5 days. I basically played 16 hours a day for 5 days straight. We set the guild up. We had a nice little, you know, we had something going, right? We did have something going, but it wasn't where it had enough kind of like momentum to keep itself going without me, even for a small amount of time, really. And so I felt the best move was, while we were strong and while the game was early, still to merge into another larger guild. And that took a huge weight of responsibility off of me. And I've really been enjoying the game so much more since. I can focus on my own character, my own gear, and my own party, right? The 8 people in my group, not the 30 people in my guild. And you know, it's been nice. And the guild we joined has a bunch of infrastructure. They are insanely organized, and it's really nice to be a part of it. So all of that has allowed me to, you know, kind of play the game the way I want to play. And now the content isn't great right now. It's a lot of grinding, and the game is grindy. So yeah, Okie Sooner. Wow, Okie Sooner really put me to the test last night. If you guys want to see, I dropped so many F-bombs in last night's stream, and it was Okie Sooner's fault. I mean, like, I'm not even kidding. I told you guys that MMOs would make me rage out, and I did, man. By the way, Okie, I ended up getting that belt after you left. Hey, Lucas. All right. So I'm not going to say that I'm happy with Okie Sooner, but I'm not mad at him anymore. Oh, man. I don't know, like what, maybe 5-6 hours into the stream, I was out of my mind. He killed us several times. He rolled need on a piece of gear that really I should have gotten. It's okay that he got it. It's not like the wrong gear for him, but like there's kind of like this unspoken hierarchy. But I give Oki Sooner a bunch of shit. But the fact is that he's trying to play a game, a type of game he's never really played before, and it's not easy. He is going through the ringer on it. So, and he's pretty fun to have in channel as long as he isn't killing me. So, anyway, so yes, all that to say, I should never break Satisfactory Saturdays again. I do have a work trip coming up. I might be home in time for Satisfactory Saturday. I don't know. I don't know if I'm coming back Saturday afternoon or Sunday morning yet. That's in a couple of weeks. So yeah, I may end up having to break another one in a couple of weeks, but it's because of a real life work trip. So all right, any other questions? I'm ready to jump in. Now, it's going to take me a little time to re-engage my brain correctly, to think about Satisfactory correctly, since I've been focused on the other game. But I'll get there. I think my strength is if I really focus on something, and that's all that I do, I can do pretty well. But the versatility, right, of like, especially like muscle memory on like my fingers and stuff, that's gonna be all messed up. But yeah, you know, stuff like that, I'll get there. I'm starting a new game again. What biome do you prefer starting in? Well, the grassy fields feels like Satisfactory to me. When I think of Satisfactory, I think of the grassy fields. It's where I first started, and so there's some nostalgia there. You know, there's not it's easy to build there, but there's not a ton of resources. You know, probably the Rocky Desert has a lot of resources. I mean, it really, really does. And the forest is a cool start. It's a little bit difficult to build factories in there, but if you could build some forest factories, you know. I know, terrible. I know. It was very lucky right when I started my Satisfactory. So yeah, the servers are down for an hour. Now I do plan on going about 8 hours tonight in this game, you know, 6 to 8. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was getting a picture. Here, I loaded the wrong save. I was trying to get a screenshot for, I was getting a thumbnail for a long form video. I really like the look of the northern forest, but I get frustrated with building there. Yeah, I get that. What if you built on just the outside of the forest so that you could kind of feel like you're in the biome? You know, like kind of on the edge of that canyon. You could try that. Yeah, terrible. Your grind group just wiped because Aura's abusing the PvP flag bug. Is that the one that they tried to fix and they had to revert it? Are we talking about the citizenship? Or a different one? I think you're talking about a different one. Hey, Ray. It's Father's Day in Australia today, so happy Father's Day to all. No, only happy Father's Day if you are an Australian father. You know, you don't get to double dip, guys. What's a different one? By the way, terrible. I have all pieces of ashes except for the ashen haunt, except for the shoulders. So, but and I need a new pair of pants. But if I get a pair of pants and the ashen shoulders, I'll be ready to. I think I'll be ready to tank Steel Bloom. I want to do Steel Bloom soon. maybe tomorrow during the day we can do one more round of Ceph, and then or Steel Bloom, or just go directly to Steel Bloom. I'm fine with either one. My main late night. Moms get to double dip. I know. Mother's Day and Labor Day. I know where that joke is going. My main late night healer is on Twitch with us tonight in Ashes. All right, so I haven't been in this game for a while. If you have followed me or if you're watching because of Ashes, then, and if you have any passing interest in Satisfactory, well, this is what I'm working on. If you don't know Satisfactory, what this is I don't know, what's a good name? What's a good way to describe this to somebody who doesn't know Satisfactory when they see what I've built? Non-standard, how about? Yes, cyberpunk. But like, this isn't really how people play Satisfactory. You know? My game is frozen. Over excessive? Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. What did we used to call it in the Star Wars save? Hilariously unnecessary. You're looking forward to sleep tonight as much as I want to play. I need rest tonight. Yeah. Free world building and logistical nightmare. No, that's Satisfactory in general. I meant how I am interpreting free world building. There's a lot happening here, guys. There's a lot. If I did a straight tour all the way through, the tour would last an hour. It would take an hour to show you everything. I built the Tyrell Corporation pyramids in the Dune Desert. They take up pretty much the entirety of the Dune Desert. Well, really, it's not a they. There's only one pyramid. Hey, Superiors. Well, if Ash's server is going to be down, I guess I'll watch Kin play Satisfactory. Yeah, the Ash's server is down, so you know, anybody that has any that wants to watch, you know, any Ashes, it's at least you can be here, right? At least for a little while. When do you go to bed, Ray? Still work for another 2 hours. Nice. All right. What the hell was I doing? It was 2 weeks ago. I think the teal buildings are done for now. Until we get the purple buildings done. Then there'll be a lot of work to connect everything together, okay? But we gotta get the blueprints done for the purple buildings. Which one did we start on? Okay, let's take a look at the spreadsheet. I think we did aluminum casing. What's my buttons? No, that's not it. I don't remember anything. All right, yeah, we did aluminum casing. I should have watched the end of my last Satisfactory VOD. I should have. That would have been smart. As someone who doesn't know Satisfactory, is this like a creative mode? No, this is the regular mode. This is regular Satisfactory. I just am doing stupid shit. All right, I didn't do anything in here. I need my other reference pieces here. Yeah. How far are we into this? 930 hours. I've got 930 hours into this one single save. All right, P1, P2. And then the aluminum we built in P1. I think we're trying to build out P1 right now, which is over here, which is where? Turned around. All these buildings look the same. P1's right here. Yes, don't think of it. This is not normal Satisfactory. I'm in flex mode. There we go. There's where we started. All right, so we have one column in. We need to design the rest of these blueprints. So each of these blueprints I've made to stack modularly on top of each other vertically, okay? Because my towers are vertical, and it made sense to make vertically stacked blueprints, all right? And so this one, it makes, what does it make? It makes aluminum casing, okay? So it's inputs, and see, we can connect these like this. And we have to, right? This is the whole point. Right? And so all of these connect all the way up, and they create a vertical bus. A bus that literally goes straight up, right? It isn't a horizontal bus that's stacked vertically. You know, in the past, when I said a vertical bus, I meant a bus that travels horizontally like every other bus, like a Factorio bus, stacked vertically, right? Now what we're doing is we've got a vertical bus pointed up that is stacked horizontally. All right, I don't think anybody has done this, not that I've seen. I don't know of anybody that has ever organized a factory like this. Bro built a neon city, and I'm stuck with a long empty factory, stuck trying to use it for something. Yes, sorry. X-Tutor, hey Ken, can I balance a refinery network only making heavy oil residue by using pumps in a horizontal loop for buffers that push things clockwise? Can I balance a refinery network by using pumps in a horizontal loop? It sounds to me like you're overcomplicating it. If you're having an issue with fluid usage, my guess is there is a fundamental problem with how you are setting it up, and I'm not sure adding a more complicated system on top of that will likely help it. I've never had to do anything like that to get all of my fluids working perfectly, so I'm not sure that I could recommend that you do something, especially since I don't fully understand it. For funsies and silliness, my problem is the middle isn't at 100%. The middle isn't at 100%. You're not getting all the fluid that you need. X-Duder, why don't you send me a screenshot in the Discord? Send me several screenshots, the best that you can. Give me a screenshot of the entire setup, and then a screenshot of like the problem, you know, machine or whatever that isn't getting the fluid. All right, I'll see what I can do. All right, we are drinking tonight. I'm running low on my whiskey stash. I'm running low. By the way, I do have a mailbox. Somebody was asking me, and I'm running low on whiskey. It doesn't have to be expensive. Ray sent me the whiskey glasses. By the way, I'm drinking out of Jabba the Hutt tonight. Figuratively. We finished this bad boy off. We finished off another bottle last week. So another one done. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, it's good. I don't have much of it though. Gotta enjoy it. What is your favorite affordable whiskey? Ooh. You know what I enjoy? You know what I got last time that I really liked, and I'll probably get again? My cousin showed it to me. Let's see. It was whiskey distillery in Colorado. What was the name of that? Let's do highest elevation distillery in the world. Breckenridge. Okay. It's Breckenridge. Rum cask finish. This guy. I really like this guy. This guy was really good. It's not like super crazy if you're like super into whiskey. Like, it's simple and really good. Yeah, it was the highest elevation. That's what it was. This Breckenridge rum cask finish, I really liked. Also, I'm telling you right now, guys, I may start drinking something else on the channel. Hey, Ian. Ian, what was your Ian, that's Uber Troll, right? Bad call, pretty different than Twitch chat. Yeah, YouTube chat. Yeah, so I liked the Breckenridge a lot. But I was gonna tell you guys, so I may start drinking something a little different on the channel because we just got an announcement last night. So my guild, at the Alliance Guild that first we were an Alliance member of and now we joined, we were going for a Riverlands city to own, but we didn't quite pull it off. We got outvoted. And the big choice was between the desert. I don't think anybody was going to go to the jungle. Either, you know, one of these three up here. And the choice was made, and oh, looks like we're going up here. We don't have any details on where, but this is pirate territory. The game is going to be adding ships and crates, and well, let's just say I may need to be drinking more than rum cask finish. Oh, they added a lot to the map? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a lot. This just got added. We're going to be up here. I'm going to be a pirate in the other game. So I might start drinking rum. You know, we got a solidarity, right? So there you go. The Breckenridge rum cask finish and, you know, our... Yeah, last time we played, the desert wasn't available. Yeah. Well, they've added 4 areas since then. Plus rogue, plus mage, summoners coming. There's a lot going on. There's a lot. They also did tier 4 cities. Yeah, raise a glass to the Jolly Roger. Okay, let's try to focus here. One thing that I want to do real quick. Do we have power in their hills? Yeah, let's do this so that I have vertical power all the way up. Let's connect these. And we can do this. Yeah, there's a lot. You know, the levels are still only to 25, so half the game essentially is still missing. You know, but we're gonna get Summoner in a couple of months, and then that'll free them up to be able to progress the level system and the cross-class play. But probably 6 months for that, if I had to guess. And new stuff gets fixed all the time. Autosave. So Satisfactory, I mean, a little bit like Ashes, right? Ashes is kind of like doing the same thing over and over and over again for a while. And sometimes that's pretty chill. Sometimes it's not if Hokey Sooner's in your party. But Satisfactory is often like kind of, because of the scale at which I build stuff, me particularly, it's often the same thing for a while. But at least it gives us, it does give us a chance to chat and hang out, and there's nothing stressful. There's no outside influence. There's no person in that I'm in with Discord that needs to talk to me about something, and I have to, and I'm interrupted, and I have to deal with something, or Okie Sooner's not accidentally pulling the mobs next to us that gets us all killed. And makes me freak out, drop the F-bomb on the channel 15 times in an hour. None of that is here in Satisfactory. So, should be pretty chill. All right, my goal is tonight to get this tower all the way populated with all of its each of these columns, Yeah, I hide the power lines in the columns wherever I can. I also hide them. You can see me kind of hiding them in the glass floors. They're all hidden in here, so that way out here, and then I have them coming straight down, so that it's relatively clean. I mean, this isn't like perfect, but it's not bad. I think it's clean. But that's kind of one of my things that I do. You can hide them better if they're not in glass. All right. Oh. Whiskey. Now, is this the overclock one? Did I make an overclock version? Can't remember. All of these belts need to be connected. I can't do them automatically. We have to do them all by hand. But we're not going to do all that right now. I want to get all the rest of these columns in place. And we have notes on where everything is going to go. I've already planned what blueprint goes in what row, in what column. And we're going to be... but we have to design the blueprint. So see how all of this is put together? Like, this blueprint is like locked in, everything works, and it's been tested. Okay, we know, because we have to test it. I don't want to build 12 of these going straight up, right? And not make sure that it works on its own. So we'll have to, we're gonna design a blueprint, and then we're gonna test it, and then we're gonna stack them. All right. And I'd love to get all of them in here designed and stacked that go in this building tonight. Yeah, so when you die in Ashes of Creation, you lose XP. You go backwards. It's usually about 1 to 1.5% of your bar, basically. Not all of the deaths were Okisuner's fault, but at least half of them were indirectly related to him, and 2 of them were directly related to him. I had an insane amount of XP debt at one point in time. It was not great. I was out of my mind. So, but today's great. It's perfectly fine. I slept. I dreamed of homicide. And here we are. All right. Aluminum casing. All right, this one's done. We did the aluminum casing. This is our model. All right, let's do phase P1 blueprints first. Sweet, sweet dreams of homicide. Ken, what's the status of the phase 4 factory? Okay, so we've got the 2 teal towers, the blueprints in, and the blueprints are interconnected with each other. They are not connected with other like blueprints, and there's a lot of belting that has to happen to connect all parts of the factory together, and that'll be done last. But in terms of the design for the blueprints themselves, both teal towers are in. 2 of these are in. They're copies of each other. This is how much copper powder we're making. 2 out of 4 towers is copper powder alone. All right, but we have to do everything else. All right, so the copper powder's done. The aluminum casing is done. All right, we're doing P1 buildings right now. Next, let's do the radio control units, okay? We need to make 8 of them. See, 8, and they go into P1. Now, I made some notes here. Here we go. Right here. So let me zoom in a little bit for you guys. All right, so here my columns A, B, C, D, and E. Uh, 50% done with blueprint application. A little, but that's kind of a little bit of a misnomer. If you think of it in terms of how many blueprints I have yet to design, I got to design all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've only designed 2. Now I had to build 80 of these, right? That's why it's half. Like if you take the number of blueprints, yeah, it's half. But there's, out of 12 different kinds, I've only done 2, right? I mean, look at this one. This one only needs 2 of them, right? Most of these need significantly more, but this column right here is the number of them. So I would think of it instead as I have designed 2 out of 12. That's how I would think of it. Tonight you are a main monitor feature. Nice. I am on Uber Troll's main monitor. All right. Ooh, that one went down the wrong tube a little bit. Radio control units, that's what we're working on. Let's see. We have 2 manufacturers, a foundry, and 2 assemblers. Shouldn't be too difficult. Famous last words. Oh, and let's do the columns. A, B, C, D, E. All right. And if we look, RCUs are in B. Okay, so they're gonna go up this column that way. And there's reasons for all of that. Okay, we've already done the analysis. We've already figured out where they go. And like I said, there's reasons for that. Going for a bowl. Sorry, I pulled that level 20. You didn't pull one level 20, bro. You pulled 5 of them. Hey, Uber Troll. There's 2 of you. Now there are 2 of them. All right, column B. 8. Let's go find our model. And let's build it out. We gotta figure out how to knock these blueprints out. There's 10 of them to design. The way that I build factories, the designing of the blueprint is really when I build the factory, right? It isn't like when I actually build the blueprint or connect the blueprints, you know? The magic happens during the design. Concrete, steel pipe and ingot, heavy modular frame. Adaptive control unit, RCUs. Radio control units. This isn't right. Don't we need assemblers? Maybe we don't need these assemblers. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe that was just left over from somewhere. All right. So go check it out. 2 manufacturers and a foundry. And we're gonna put them in a double floor like this. All right, let's delete this. We're cleaning up our roads as we go here. Construction, there are many of me. I've yet to reveal my full potential. I got the hiccups, guys. It's not from the alcohol, I swear. That's scary, actually. All right, let's load her up. Here's the design. All right, this is the base design for when we do not have refineries in the recipe. All right, because refineries are double tall. All right, and so this is what we use with no refineries. Now I'm gonna save this. Let's look at our naming conventions here. All right, P4 SEP, which is phase 4 space elevator part, then aluminum casing. P. We'll actually do P1. Let's do P1. Aluminum casing P. All right. In our case, radio control unit P1. RCU blueprint for phase 4 space elevator part factory that does factory. We can get rid of this. Purple tower 1. Let's select the icon. All right. Now, let's knock out over here a miniature, well, it's not miniature, but a kind of a messy version of this. All right, radio control system. All right, it's at 100%. And then we're gonna need an insulated crystal oscillator manufacturer at 80%. All right, this will make 1.5 crystal oscillators per minute. What do we need? 1.5 crystal oscillators per minute. All right, nice. What else do we need in here? We need we need a foundry. Fused quartz crystal foundry. Okay, quartz crystal. You go in here. All right, this needs raw quartz coal, rubber AI limiters, circuit boards. The aluminum casings are coming from somewhere else, and rubber. And I think there's a circuit boards are coming from their own place. AI limiters. We need so few that we're just gonna make them in their own place. So this is correct. Now, we do have something interesting here. These jobs can be spread around. And I think they're gonna go in the rooftops of our towers. And we have our first blueprint that uses, because the rubber's coming from a truck, the circuit boards are coming from another blueprint, the coal is coming from a train, and the raw quartz is coming from a train. The aluminum casing is coming from the aluminum casing blueprint that we already built. The AI limiters are gonna come from the roof. So when we design this, we have to remember that our bus, all items are gonna be going up our vertical bus, except for AI limiters, they're gonna be coming down. So we'll have to keep that in mind. All right, let's take a look. Let's see if we can't answer. This is fine for now. Oh, we just need a percentage here. What do we need? Quartz crystal 15. There we go. All right, we've got a viewer with a question. Ubertroll, I'm really impressed with your ability to switch gears from Ashes of Creation to Satisfactory. Your level of organization is legendary. You're laying an example far beyond the scope of these. Well, you know, I appreciate that. I do. I actually feel like my organization is something that I've had to work on purposefully my whole life. I'm usually a seat in my pants, like keep everything in my head kind of a person. That's how I got through all of my schooling. I didn't do planners. I didn't do anything. I didn't write down homework assignments. I just kept everything in my head at all times. And I know that it limited my potential, right? It's one of the things that I'm so impressed about with Minnie Kin, because, you know, she has essentially my intelligence and her mother's level of organization. So that's why she can do so well with so many things. Ray sent 5 construction memberships. Grim Actual, George, Demetrius Lagios, Dixie Geoloaf. Jeez. Mikey's got a YouTube accounts that are following me. We have a town. My brother's favorite joke. We have a town not very far from Sacramento. It's actually a little agricultural town right on the freeway between San Francisco and Sacramento. The name of this town is Dixon. And my brother's favorite joke is to talk about the cider that he gets from Dixon. So roll that around a little bit until you figure that one out. Okay, let's take a look at this question. Here are some screenshots of the basic setup. The fluid buffers at the very top are for oil. I do not have any of the heavy here. Let's move this to where we can see it. Let's take, actually, do this. All right, here are some screenshots of the basic setup. The fluid buffers at the very top are for oil. I do not have any for the heavy oil residue. Biggest issue is because it's a drip. And the one pipe setup photos are some of the turbo fuel buffers. The piping is fed from each end of the system, but I've got too many offshoots. I think the length of the refineries is possibly hurting things, considering going to 10 by 10 by 10 grid, feeding all 6 oil nodes into the buffers to start the system. Satisfactory modular has me at 40 out of 40 refiners for oil to HOR and turbo fuel with compact coal alt. 140 fuel gens in the middle of the HOR refiners just doesn't fill up. All gravity fed. It's been better adding the fuel pumps in screenshots, but those are new. I'm aggressively sinking the resin to make sure there isn't a backup there. All right, let's see if we can take a look. Wow, what a setup. All right, so it looks like your oil is flowing in here. All right, well, I can immediately see a problem. These aren't getting emptied, are they? No, that's not the problem. I already know what the problem is, I think. So the oil comes in here, and these are not getting the oil, correct? Gersoy, Construction, I hope you've been enjoying your time in Ashton's, but it's good to see you back in Satisfactory. I am enjoying it. And I do think that I've got it to where Satisfactory should be solidly Saturday nights from now on. I estimate I will be playing it very hard for another 2 weeks, approximately. Then I can take the foot off the gas a little bit. Is this true? The ends are getting plenty. There's a problem. You're feeding this in here. Look at this. How much oil do these take? All right, it's the oil to heavy oil residue recipe. It's the alternate, right? These take 30. All right, you're feeding to 600. Okay. So, right, this is 600, 200, 200, 200, right? $200, $200, $200. We'll count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even if it's doubled on the backside, that's fine. But these are full 200. I assume that these are a full 200. Even if all the oil that comes out of this pipe here, let's, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. All right. Let's just pretend that you cut this. $200, $200, right? How much is this using per? 30. What's 6 times 30? 180. Okay. So, and you have to move through this one pipe 220. Because you have 400 here and here. And we're just going to assume, even though it's not true necessarily, that all 200 of this is going to go that way off the top pipe. Let's just assume that. So you've got 400 total oil coming down, but you're only using 180 of it. 220 left to fit into 200 pipe. That pipe can only hold 200. You're trying to put 220 into it. This 200 is going all the way down and then filling these up this way. And then this 200 is going this way and this way. And I bet you the refinery that isn't getting what it needs is right in there somewhere. Am I correct? He says yes. Well, I haven't played Satisfactory for 2 weeks, but I still got it. You got a couple things you can do. The easiest is probably just run another pipe. By the way, I would break this right here, just to force this one to go all the way down. What I might have done is take this whole thing and move it onto the other end down there. So you could do, you could do 2 ends in the middle, but you're just trying to move too much through here. Now it's close. So you could do some shenanigans, right? You could delete this pipe and then take this one and drop it in like there. Maybe take, I don't know. But does this make sense? I don't know the solution for you, but the key problem that you have is this pipe right here is trying to force 220 through it, but it can't get through because it's only 200. All right, I don't know if I need to even look at any of the rest of these pictures. Could he overclock one for refinery? Bingo, that's the solution. Now, the only problem with overclocking one of the refineries is the outputs. I don't know how his outputs are set up. I'd isolate sections. I agree. I tend to isolate sections as well. There is a it can't be perfect though. There's a problem with doing that. And that is that 30 doesn't go into 200 equally. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. These are 600 pipes. These are 600s. How much are in these pipes? Are these full? I don't know why I thought 200. I'm sorry. I guess I don't got it. See what always happens? I talk major amounts of shit and then, yeah, 300, 600. Okay, what's happening? Yeah, I don't know how much are going into those. Let's see what else you got for me. I still think it's something like, I think it's something like this. You're trying to jam too much oil in too little of a pipe. All right, my numbers are off, but I think the concept is correct. I don't know what's in your pipes. Exactly. No, it's not the 600 fill pipe bug. There's no 600 fill pipe bug. I've gotten 600 through pipes constantly, consistently, forever and ever and ever. I have an entire factory based on exactly 600. It works fine. Now, there are other things that cause it to not fill up, but you can do it. That's not the problem. He's trying to jam. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. He's trying to jam too much oil into these spots right here. There's too much machine out here, and there's too few pipes to get it through there. That's the problem. All right. Yeah, I don't know how much is in these, but either way, your real solution is this. Move the machines to a square. I would move the storage. Move the storage down so that you have one on each end, and then you can fill the other one in the middle. I would do that. Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone, hold the horses. Are these all full? You gotta tell me. I don't know if these are full or not. Okay, so this guy can go this way. This guy can go this way. Where does this guy go? He can't get to any machines. I mean, it's the same issue. You have a throughput issue. He's got to go that way and that way, but there's already oil going this way. There's already oil going this way. Here's what I would do. I would take this, I would move it down to the end, and then I would feed the middle one. Don't feed the middle one into the top. Feed the middle one directly into the flow. Do you have one here? Is that what that is? Do you have a connection that attaches the top to the bottom? If you did that here, you'd be good, or it'd be better. Yeah, if you did a couple of those like right here, it would be better. But you still have the problem where too much oil is trying to get through these two pipes. That's my guess. Isolate the zones to 600 and zone them out. I would do that. I don't see the necessity of putting them in one big network like this. It can work. Systems where fluids are moving two ways and everything is full. We could get into a theological argument about fluids for 9 hours and none of us would have our opinions altered in any way. They're just too complicated and people have had too varied of an experience with them. You know, one person goes, hey, I jumped on my leg 3 times, spun around and stuck my thumb up my ass and my fluid started working. So everybody else should jump up and down, spin around 3 times and stick their thumbs up their asses so that their fluids will work for them. That is basically what fluid discussions have devolved into in Satisfactory. All right. And I've only got one thumb available, right? Because the other one's busy. So all I can tell you is be careful trying to jam too much into 2 flue pipes. Always be careful trying to jam too much into pipes that are too small. All right. I hope that helped a little bit. I would spread out the source. And yes, I would isolate them. I would also isolate them because if you isolate them, it helps you debug. Can you do it without isolating? Yes, I've done it. My entire oil packaging Senate building in the Star Wars save was done as a giant network exactly like that. But I was very, very careful on making sure that no oil had to flow too much to get to somewhere through too small of a pipe. Kins 2025, don't jam too much. Killer Rain gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Killer Rain. Oh, poor ads. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that, X. I don't know what you missed, X dude, because of the stupid ads. Yeah, George. Yeah, thanks for gifting sub. We really tried. God told us to shut up. All right. Let's keep going here. Food for thought. Hopefully, you'll be able to figure some of that stuff out. You think you're good now? Good. All right. Let's center these bad boys up. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Ogie Center. Ken agreed with you. I don't know if that's true. Lies and damn lies. It was a misunderstanding. I have the right to remain silent. Nothing I say can be used against me. I think this is our boy here. This one's pretty simple. It'd be nice. Lame. Is that? in the shit? Guess the manufacturer, is that a piece of the manufacturer that sits in the bottom of the foundation? Did I not know that that's always been there? Huh. Gave you some ideas. Thanks for your advice. Yeah, I bet you it's a constricted flow problem. It's okay. It happens to all of us after age 40. I'm not repeating what you just said, Ian. So the good news is with this one is that the blueprint itself is pretty simple. The bad news is that the corresponding partner bus blueprint that goes with it is going to be extremely complicated. Need a split for rubber here. Switch this. Here's the rubber. Here's the AI limiter. All right, so I want to be able to walk under here. Nope. Low bridge. Okay. 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 All right. All right. You like this music? Oh, this is the old music. That's it. We're out. I gotta go whiskey shopping. CubeWave, would it be considered a bad idea to build the Twin Towers in Satisfactory as memorial? I mean this in a good way, I swear. I don't know if I can answer that question for you. I think that's a question you're going to have to answer yourself. All right, you see what I've got here? Now, all of these are equidistant from a horizontal perspective, even though two of these attach up north. Now, alternatively, and actually, yep. I'm gonna do this. Freeze up underneath the light. I didn't like it covering the light. All right, I like this better. I got a little idea. Just a little one. Little idea. You know. Can't hurt. Oh my God, it's Mikey. Mikey, I'm not playing tonight. You can catch up a little. Ah, you're sick. I'm sick too. Sick of Okie Sooner shit. All right. I think this is good, guys. On belting, we now need to do electrical. Fine with that. I'm also fine with that. I'm also fine with that. You need to take a break from gaming. You have carpal tunnel in your right hand. Just typing is uncomfortable, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Eye in the sky, welcome, man. Haven't seen you in a while. I like that. Chris. Oh, wow. You were playing the lottery. So there's a, you can recycle this, these rocks in the game. There's a very small chance of getting very valuable metal out of the rocks, and he hit the jackpot. Nice, man. Sell that and buy some gear. I went gear shopping today. There is very decent gear for about a gold or two. Well, at least for me. Might be more expensive for you, not sure. All right, let's connect these. Looking good. Mikey, we've talked about this. This is a no feet stream. I don't want to have to tell you again, sir. All right, I may have a small problem here. He said feet, not toes. You were lurking in the streams just because you don't write anything doesn't mean you're not there. Well, yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, we have a problem. So with these, I like to build this coverage here. We have to do a purple one. But look what happens when I do that over here. Does anyone else have lag issues when coating large amounts of concrete with plastic? I don't think so. Sounds a little personal. You sure you want to be sharing that? See what's gonna happen here? It's gonna clip right into there. All right, we gotta see what this looks like. Okay, Sooner, your number pad enter button is sticky. Okay, weird, fine. Gaming Dakota, what is the biggest blueprint designer for this? I seen in my next step, it was Mark III. I've been using the Mark II. Yeah, Mark III is accessible in phase 5. But for me, I am working on the space elevator part factory to get to space 5. So I only have the Mark II. A Mark 5 gives you an extra 8 meters in each of the 3 dimensions. Cube wave, redeemed stretch. All right, we'll see what I can do. Is yawn one? Maybe I should do yawn as one of those redeems. Yeah, I'm not sure, Cube. I haven't heard of that. Also, did you have to change your keybind to do the roller micro adjustments when building? I love to use that feature sometime. This guy here. So I changed vertical nudge to my mouse wheel, and then I hold control to do the micro adjustment. You built a spiral rail using the Mark II. Makes you dizzy? Nice. All right, let's see what this looks like. I think this looks fine. Okay. Looks good. You're trying to design without stealing anyone else's ideas, if that makes sense. I do it. That makes sense a lot. But it turned out to be a tight spiral. Nice. Is there anything else to do here? Are we done with blueprint number 1? How long have we been going? I've really only been working on this for what, 45 minutes? Oh, we gotta do the hardest part. Silly me. Silly. Okay. All right. What else do we have to do? We have to figure out what's the total number of each needed here. Where's the tab I need? It's one of these. It's this one. All right. All of these are the total number of inputs, and none of these are greater than 780. Unlike here, oh, this is split into multiple columns. That's why that's fine. Okay, great. Everything else is in a singular column. And so because all of this fits into one belt, we don't have to do any stacking. All right, so we don't have to do any of this stacking. No, no, no. And there's no fluid in this one at all, which is beautiful. See what I'm doing here? Mikey. Why did the other sound play? All right. Mikey, thank you for the bits. I had something weird with the sound there. Would you mind sending me that again? It's just for testing purposes. But in order, I think, to make sure that the test is the same, could you just donate the same amount again? I think that would be helpful. You know, if you only donated 1 bit, you know, it may not, you know, might not be a good test. You know, and I'm looking for a good, accurate test here. Yeah, that one worked. Thank you, Mikey. Oak and Leaf, how's it going, man? By the way, the love could be a burden or a joy, but never both. That is a power. You are respected and enjoyed. Rejected and enjoyed. What? You love Satisfactory nights? Well, I mean, all I did was Satisfactory nights for 2.5 years, guys. But yes, I hear you. That's why you love them. Leave it. You're peeking. There we go. Nice and straight. Ooh, actually, I want this one. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I want him here. More testing. Thank you, Mikey. It's working. It's working. I have 2 different overlays for Twitch, guys. I have one that plays a Twitch sound. Well, they both play sounds, but one plays. I have one that plays a different sound for when I'm playing Ashes of Creation, and one that plays a different sound for when I'm playing Satisfactory. And it played both alerts because I had both turned on. So I just muted the Ashes of Creation one. To make sure. 2.5 years and look how far you've come. Prep skin. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Ran out of ginger beer. Slimy Mikey gifted 1 tier 1 sub to Lucas Griffinhart. They've gifted 42 subs on the channel. Thank you, Mikey. You are 4th place on gifted subs. You are the man. All right, I like that. I like that because now we can line these up exactly, right? All right. Gotta remember how to do this. There it is. Oh, AI limiters. Where's the AI limiters go? Remember? This one's AI limiters. He's different. One of these things just doesn't belong here. It's coming down from the top. Remember? Remember? I remember. And now we're off again. Okay. Merger. Works. Okay, nice. All right, let's get these in. We're going to test all these. All right. I think this is our boy. I think this is all we need too. Redeemed to highlight your message. Made you look. 3, 2, 1. I hate you, Mikey. I don't hate you. Right now, actually, you are no longer the viewer that irritates me the most. And by the way, Eye in the Sky, if you're listening, neither are you. You guys are both in the clear by a significant margin. And Eye in the Sky no longer has the record for the most mad I've been while streaming. Yep. I forgot. We do have another thing to do. To be fair, that record was held for a very long time. Yeah, no, it's not cute. All right, let's give this a test. A test of the emergency broadcast system. And we need a bunch of crap. What do we need? We need a place with coal and raw quartz. We can feed the rest in. Let's go downstairs. We need coal and raw quartz. It's testing time. You gotta know a name? Mikey, watch yesterday's stream at, I don't know, 6 hours or something like that. He knows who he is. You know who you are. Is it another this game is a scam person? No. Here, let me see if I can get you a better time. Let me pop up in last night's VOD and do a quick scan. Hold on, I almost got it. All right, Mikey, like we're talking like 6 hours, 50 minutes to like 7 hours. That like actually pretty much right at 7 hours. 2 minutes before. 6 hours, 58 minutes of last night's stream. And leading up to that, that's probably the peak. That's probably the peak. Elevators here. Next stop, subway. Eat fresh. You haven't heard the audio of when I was muting myself and yelling? Makes sense. Mikey, yeah. Kinrage reared its ugly head last night, and I'll just spoiler alert it for you. It was Okie Sooner. Yes, it was. All right, we need some crystal. Here's the crystal. We need coal as well. All right, so here's our coal. All right. Thumbs up. Let's do this. Oh no. I forgot to save. All right, I gotta go save that one. All right, we'll save that. Oh, Killer Rain made a new redeem for you. All right, coal and quartz crystal go in here. It's going to be circuit boards. That's gonna be, the hell is that? Oh, aluminum casing. All right, this is going to be aluminum for AI limiters. This was aluminum casing. This was circuit boards. Ah, shit. This was rubber. This was the aluminum casing. Robert. All right, now we need power. Power. All right, we need to see a radio control unit show up there. There's a bunch of stuff happening. What's happening over here in Twitch land? Cube Wave, it ended up being 100,000 in debt. I had 100,000 in XP debt. It took me an hour to undo all of it. Some of those were my mistakes. They were not all on he who shall not be named. Yay! No, it is bad. It just kept getting worse. And then one time I died right on the ledge and the healer rezzed me and then I immediately fell again and died. Like back-to-back deaths. I didn't have the audio on Twitch, but Ray did, and she just kept saying, "Oh my." Mikey's losing his shit about it. All right, guys, this is working. All the connections are working too. Let's double check. Here, let's do yeah, it's looking good. Pretty good place here. This works. I just have to save it over there. Yeah, you can scroll back to see where the XP debt started adding up. It's like we were never here. Okay, almost. It's like we were never here. All right. It works. Another one done. Let's go slap them in. One bad decision after another is a skill and it should be respected. It's something. All right, now, I'm pretty sure we were in column B. Yep, RCUs are in column B. And we need 8 of them. These are done. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope. I forgot to save. I forgot to save the problem. I have to delete all these. Oh, full of leavings? I didn't. I thought of that before I read your message. All right, that's the fixed one. All right, that's 8 of them. It's bus time, baby. All right, let's see what this looks like. It's gonna look really good. Let's connect this one here so we can see what this one looks like. Cool. All right, what's next? Cooling systems. And I'm pretty sure those go in A. Yep. A blender and 2 assemblers. Nitrogen gas, aluminum casing, rubber, and stators and rotors. We're gonna do that one next. Autosave. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I just want to get the footage of this shot turning to night. So Minikin can use it as B-roll. Man, it looks good. All right. All right, we're back, boys. Gaming to Coda, you are inspirational and educational. Thank you. Enjoy caching your streams where I can. Well, thank you, man. I do what I can. Let's turn the lights back on. Okay, what's next? Cooling systems. This is a nice one. Yeah, five machines, 2 blenders, three assemblers. Getting rezzed in midair was the highlight for sure. And then I fell into the murder hole and there was an enemy in there. Might be time to grind quests. No. Doing quests is way slower in Ashes. Oh man, I thought it was nap time. No, we're just getting started. All right, this is what we're working on now. Two blenders, 3 assemblers. All right, let's get rid of this. Two blenders on the top, 3 assemblers on the bottom floor. All right, load. No refinery base. Cooling systems. P1. Cooling systems blueprint for phase 4 space elevator part. Factory. Building. Purple 1. I've been trying to get a friend to check out your channel for this. Thinks I make his brain hurt. He hasn't seen all this yet. Well, I'm sure that that may not be the best way to get him to play the game. All right, let's begin. All right, back-to-back blenders. All right, 3 assemblers. Everybody is fully clocked, it looks like. $20 total heat sinks. Does that sound right? Yep, 10 and 10. And now we need 5 motors. Just make 5 motors per minute. Let's do electrical first. You got 30k XP for a side quest. Oh yeah. Oh well, they can be good at lower levels, for sure. The player experience for leveling right now in Ashes is not complete, right? Mostly we level by grind spots, like old school, like RuneScape or whatever, you know, like hardcore ass grind spots. And the more that you can take on at once, the faster that you can level, and the more likely you are to get gear, but the more dangerous it is. I do miss this song. Can I saw someone build a skyscraper full of functional water extractors, not even over water or anything? I really don't want to know. I really want to know, but also I don't. I don't want to know what to mutter to make the water extractor demons behave. So the water extractors weren't in the water? Is that what you're saying? I can guide the young man, give him to me, and I will train him always. Ash's creation, I mean, Satisfactory. Well, you know. Man cannot live by Satisfactory alone. Aluminum casing, rubber. Give me a half nudge. Gotta remember that. This isn't gonna work. Might work. Okay, nice. All right, sorry, I was really focused there. I'm not in the water if they're floating midair. I don't know. Benji is so noob. Hey guys, I am mentally disabled. I have 41 years. I have trouble to make a central storage that I saw on YouTube. Yeah. I'm not sure. There's a lot of ways to do a central storage, right? I would, you know, keep experimenting. Grinding is the way if you have a party at the time, but I was solo in my free time, and the discovery and bounty quests were just okay XP. Yeah, Uber, if you combine, the best way I think to level solo is the exploration quests combined with gathering. I think is pretty good. It's pretty good income, and it's okay XP. Peter Scotch, welcome. Peter Scotch, I'm out of whiskey. Benji used to know I'm looking for help. Yeah, I think the Discord is probably the way to go. Yeah, Killer Rain is yeah, Killer Rain is on it. Yeah, if he's making 1200 superposition oscillators, he's probably using a mod. All right. Motors. Okay. I don't like this. Something is wrong. I don't like it. Deleted the wrong thing. All right. When you say you're out of whiskey in your glass or in your house, all I have left is Celebration whiskey, a whiskey that's too expensive to drink on the stream, unless I'm like finishing something major. He drank the last of his whiskey. No, I drank the last. That was the last of the peated whiskey. I finished off another bottle tonight. I need to go shopping. There was no chance he finished all his whiskey. That Yamazaki should still be around. Maybe just get the Laga and the Toki are gone. So is the Craig. What's it called again? Elijah Craig. The Elijah Craig is gone. That's when I finished tonight. I might still have some Toki. To be fair, it took me like 8 months to drink all these. What's your favorite whiskey? I don't know what my favorite is. My favorite so far is that really nice, rather expensive Japanese whiskey. I'll drink that like when we finish this playthrough. I'll drink some of that when I hit level 25 and Ashes. That'll be next week. I just need an excuse. I love drinking that stuff. So Ken, I hear you got upset when people take your belt. It was, look, did one straw break the camel's back, Mikey? Yeah, I think it was Toki Centauri. No, the expensive one is the Yamazaki. One straw did not break the camel's back. Does it taste weird? Yeah, whiskey tastes weird. Whiskey tastes weird on purpose. It's like an extreme taste. Like good whiskey. It's like an extreme taste that you don't get anywhere else, and it's done so like on purpose. So that, you know, kind of, you know, gets things going. Wakes your taste buds up a little bit. All right, now all we have to do is the liquid. I mean, the gas. If we take the gas. I'm gonna go right down the middle. No. Where is their room? The room is right here. Begging for a problem. That's way cleaner. I like that a lot better. Mondulo, see who's risen from the ashes. Now back to work, Pioneer. Good morning from Germany. Yes, I am trying. From Germany, you will see Satisfactory Sundays. Yeah, Centauri. Yeah, Japanese is really like smooth. And this stuff was like kind of like drinking a toasted marshmallow. This was really sweet. This was really sweet. Tasting like there's not like sugar in it. I mean, there's alcoholic sugar. Here, let's. All right, let's do Elijah Craig toasted barrel. See how many calories. $110 calories for an ounce and a half. It's because it's 94 proof. I mean, it's all calories from alcohol, right? Oh, what did I say? Oh, drinking the peated scotch. It's like drinking a tobacco smoking mermaid's bathwater. Hey, Enzo. Good evening yourself. Okay. How we looking? I think this first one is done. All right, let's think about where all these inputs are coming. Coming from trucks. This is coming from trains. This is coming from another blueprint. These are coming from another blueprint. All right, so everything's coming from bottom and going up. Okay. Like liquid campfire, leather and tigers. Leather and tires, not tigers, and cigar boxes. I don't know. I saw the tires and cigar, and I switched the T and put the T with the cigar and said tiger. Yes. Peated scotch is like licking a log out of an old fire pit. It is. The tobacco smoking mermaid's bathwater. How pleasing that sounds to drink. Hey, whatever it takes. Depends on how hot she is. We are on opposite sides, but I respect you. Yeah, smoking the tiger. Smoking the tiger is something else, guys. All right, we got to do a little halfy nudge there. Oh, and then I need a merger. Perfect. Perfect. All right. All this goes away. Wish there was a faster way to do this, but that's what I gotta do. This actually doesn't take that long. I remember I'm putting it into a blueprint, right? So even though that it does suck, the blueprint does most of the work for us post construction. I do this one. Can't remember. I think I did this one. All right, let's test it. What do we need? The nitrogen gas is going to be a bit of a... Oh, we got to do the nitrogen gas. That's what I forgot. Okay. Let's go take a look in here, remind ourselves what we did. Oh yeah, we went up. We're gonna go, oh no. There's no pumps. There's no pumps. This isn't liquid, this is a gas. Easy. How much total nitrogen do we need? 396, so we need a Mark II. No pumps, no vertical feed. Hold on, my thing crashed. My browser. 110 viewers. Mycito, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Kanbanwa, good news, folks. Lemon infused vodka and Fresca match up great. I bet they do. Praise be the gas. No pipes. Yeah, no pumps and no vertical feeding. Well, this illness is making me sleepy again. Time to see if we can sleep for another 16 hours. All right, Mikey, I hope you feel better, man. And I'm sorry that your hand is hurting. Mondulo, just finished tier 8. Any recommendations on how to start building tier 9 stuff? It's overwhelming at first sight. Let me remind myself where that difference is there. Well, I haven't gotten there yet. I haven't gotten there. When I get there, I'll tell you my first focus, and that's gonna be Mark 6 conveyor belts. That's what I'm gonna do first. Maybe I need some beard oil. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Yeah, you think? I need some beard oil in here? I freak my wife out. All right, it's testing time, boys. We don't build any blueprints we haven't tested, right? Right? Never again. Never again. Oak and Leaf, you got to hit the hay as well. Have a great night, guys and gals. Well, thank you for stopping by. All right. What we really need is some nitrogen, which we can steal from here. All right, let's build it here. Well, it's not good. Why didn't you want to connect? I missed this spot. I missed that one completely. All right, let's fix it right now. There, we gotta load this one. Something's wrong. Shouldn't matter. I mean, I gotta fix this one. That's fine. Should be working. I don't know why it's not auto connecting. What's pushing it out? Well, it worked. I had aluminum casing and rubber, and stators and rotors. Come on. Okay. Aluminum. Yes. Rubber. Then stators and rotors. See? Good night, Lena. Have a good night. I use conveyor pole. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sorry. Batty ho. Cube wave held a message for recent sex-based terms. All right, I'll read it out loud. Have you seen the clip where Total Jump scares himself because he was driving a train and got T-boned by another train, which he didn't see because it was hidden behind a pillar? No, and you're not allowed to use the word boned on Twitch, apparently. T-boned. Said it was a sex-based term. It's working. Everything looks good. I don't know what that was. All right. Yeah, no, I know that, my man. I just forgot it. I just forgot to place it. All the rest of them were there, right? Let me show you a little bit of some of my setup here in this factory. I built all of this with the connections. Right here. I have, I don't know, 15 floors of these in this one tower. Anyways, you gotta head to bed? All right, man. Yeah, there's the auto connection working. Yeah, I just missed the one. But yeah, that is definitely how it works for sure. All right, let's see if we can't install them. They were too far apart. The problem was not the fact that I had something pushing my blueprint out a little bit. Something within the blueprint making the shape different from all the rest of them. And so I just have to do a half nudge in and it'll be fine. We're only building like 4 of them anyway. It's not a big deal. When are you logging on? When am I logging on? All right, so unfortunately with Ashes, it is really difficult to level with people who are not within 2 levels of you. They're 2 or 3 levels. It starts removing your lowering your loot chances. And they do that because people abuse those mechanics. The point is, I'm going to be level 19 tomorrow. Within about an hour, I'm almost to level 19. It is basically impossible for me to level. And where I'm leveling for loot as well now. And so it is, I can't really level lower than three is the maximum, but that assumes I'm the highest. So there can only be a gap of 3 levels between everybody in your party. Does that make sense? So if I'm 19 and I'm the highest level, the lowest level that can be in there is 16. All right. If I'm 19 and I'm the lowest level, the highest level that can be in there is 22. Otherwise, your loot drops get severely nerfed. And that's to make sure that, people aren't power leveling, lower people in. The game is designed to work with people with similar levels. Now, the good news is our guild is so big now that you're going to easily be able to find somebody your level to play with. All right. Let's put the next set in. All right, Cube Wave. And then we're in A, right? You build 4 of them. And we're in column A, which is right here. 2, 2, 3. Sorry, I didn't mean to rick you. 4. All right, now for that blueprint. By the way, there's some vertical connections happening too, which is pretty cool. All right, let's connect all these just so that we can see one being connected. And there's only 4. There we go. That's gonna look sweet. Let's connect power. Oh, I forgot to connect power on the last two, or on the last one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Does it lower the higher levels? It reduces the drop rate for everybody. On loot, XP is the same. It is gear drops. We can talk on Discord? No, we can talk here. Now, to be fair, at your level, gear drops aren't as big a deal as they used to be. What class are you again? Are you a ranger? We're gonna do see any collabs soon. I'm not against the idea. It would probably take something like a collab to get me to want to play Satisfactory, start another Satisfactory playthrough, or some major change. I may not start another Satisfactory playthrough until like a paid expansion. Right, I would probably need a paid expansion. I don't know if there's a there are 4 people that if they approached me to do a Satisfactory collaboration, I would say yes. And I'm not going to tell you who they are. And if you ask, is it this person? I'm not going to answer. Because the last thing I need is somebody going into somebody else's stream and being like, you should do a collaboration with Ken. But I wouldn't dedicate ridiculous amounts of time to it. I kind of know what I want to do already for my next playthrough when you know, if we ever get like 2.0. I kind of already know what it's going to be, and I'll tell you. Well, to be fair, it's one of 2 things. The problem is if I tell you, you're going to want me to start playing it, because they're both really good ideas. But I'm not going to. Sorry. And we have to build all that out too. What are those light pillars? Those are just signs. Mashus. Oki, your rescue kitty has joined us. Welcome, rescue kitty. Banana for scale. Hello, everyone. Hello. Rock and Ron subscribed with Prime for 13 months. Thank you for your Bezos bucks, Rock and Ron. I really appreciate it. Actually playing while watching today instead of couching. Nice. Yes, I'm a ranger. I'm not really worried about my gear drops, but I don't really want to pull the whole team back. It would be everybody's gear drops. I fell behind because of my own circumstances, but I joined because of your promises. My promises? Did I break my promises? Uber, I kind of did. I didn't mean to. I definitely tried to run my own guild there, but I felt like in order to, you know, do right by people that joined me, like you, I felt like I needed to you know, give everybody the best shot possible to have fun in the game, and I was no longer convinced that I could do that running the guild. But I do feel bad about that. That's such a cool way to use science. Thank you. Is this the first time you're seeing anything that I've built? It sounds like it is. Because I'm about to blow your mind if you haven't seen anything else. If you think this is a cool use of signage, just give me a second here. All right, that's good enough for now. All right, should we show Mashus some of the city? I think we should. Oh, you've seen the city before. Okay. All right, cool. I've seen your city before, but the methods you employ to get these effects are straight wizardry. Pretty good. Banana for scale. So our shorts a new. You were the guy to ask. Any advice on building off grid and then returning to grid? Yeah. So I connect things all the time. I don't think it matters on or off grid, but we could do that for. Stop taking pictures. So let's do like 2 weird connections, right? Change the time and all of a sudden it's a different game. I know. All right, so let's say you've got something like this, okay? And you're trying to connect it to something like this. Okay? Will this answer your question if I show you how to connect that to that? Right, so this is on grid, let's assume, and this is kind of off grid, right? You were kind of building something, you know, that came from this direction, you know, and you're trying to connect kind of like these two together in a nice way. And I can show you how I do it with foundations. But Is there something else that you wanted to connect them with, like trains or something, or like a road? Well, a road would just be foundations, I guess. Would this answer your question, Banana for Scale? Is there a faction of the guild that you can guide and I can still follow? Well, I'm going to be following PvP. I'm going to be guiding PvP. Ian, I am long term. I don't know how long that's going to be, but I will long term. I will be a PvP officer in the guild, and I will shot call PvP. That will happen. And by the way, that's my end game. That was all I was ever going to do. Now, we still have maintained our group of friends. We usually play in the same channel together every night, Uber, where we hang out. You know, I've tried to get, most of us are kind of still grouped together in levels, and so we can level together. That's kind of where we're at. A big Banana for Scale says yes. And so, all right, so here's what I would do. I'd get them to overlap like this. Well, we got a little lucky here. Let's unluckify ourselves. There, something like this. All right. So what I would do to make them connect foundation-wise is overlap them like this, and then pick one, and then nudge it back. All right, pick one. Right? I mean, it's not always going to be as simple as that. Let's do it again. You can use something like one of these to cover the gap. Like if you have a gap. That makes sense? That's how I would do it. Like you were trying to get two roads to connect to each other. But usually, Uber Troll, I've got my party. I've got a channel, and people just come in and hang out. Even if they're leveling someplace else, we all kind of still hang out together. We just do it in the other Discord. That's all. Let me know if that answers your question, Banana for Scale. Okay, 2 are done. Well, 3 are done, but we did 2 tonight. All right, let me check on something. Give me but a moment. Sorry, just catching up on something real quick. Sorry. Sorry. One more thing. One second. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Nothing bad's happening. I just had to take care of a couple quick things. Okay. I'm being a little bit true to my name. Troll, thank you for speaking to it on an unrelated stream. Nah. I mean, I'm going to talk about all my games. Like, if I'm playing like Expedition 33 or something, and then I play Satisfactory on Saturday and somebody wants to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about whatever the hell I want to all the time, because that's what I do. I mean, we've talked about food on this channel for like an hour. So if you've got a question about Ashes or any other game that I play or ever will play, feel free to ask it. Okay, so what is column D? Yeah, you're trolling a little. It's totally fine, but I do feel bad about it. I do. But there was no way I could continue. I just could. I could not keep doing what I was doing. I took time off of work. Unless I quit my job, right? I couldn't keep doing what I was doing. There was no time for the channel. There was no time for my family. There was no time for my job, and I was still doing a shitty job. So I just couldn't do it. And in order to like try to be as responsible as I could for starting the guild, for everybody who helped me start the guild, I tried to merge us into a guild where we could all be together and we could still be our core group within that larger guild, but branch out, make new friends, expand our group, because we needed to. We didn't have enough players in the guild to run this game. This game requires Ashes of Creation requires insane organization. And I was just not up for the task. Now, if I had a team of 10 officers, sure, right? But we just didn't have that, you know? So like I said, I did the best that I could, you know, and I think we're in a really good place. So, you know, I apologize if that's disappointing, but I couldn't, the amount of organization and administration that it takes for that kind of complex game. I just don't have the officer support to be able to do it. But I'm happy to join with another guild that does, so that, you know, we can all do what we love doing. And I love leading PvP, not administrating crafting. And that's what I would have turned into if I would have kept guild leading that game, unfortunately. Okay, let's keep going here. Rotors. Here's the rotors. All right, let's go find it. We're making rotors in P1. This is what we're working on next. Not everybody has joined me over there. But well, you know, family and job, I do need to pay rent. You know, and it's nice to eat. Although, you know, I have been doing less of that lately. By the way, the weight is down again. I haven't really talked about it. Actually, I didn't even put it in this morning. I could put it in right now. Where's my, it's not that one. It's this one. Uh, 9/7/2020. Oops. 9/7/2025. I was 348.3 today. So let's move all these down. And the green, so the green highlights my lowest weight since June 1st. We have, I weigh 348 pounds, which is 158 kilograms. I've lost 30.1 pounds in 97 days. That is almost 8% of my body weight. I've lost 13.7 kilograms for all of you Europeans, or pretty much anywhere else. Again, 97 days. That's a little over 2 pounds a week lost, and just under a kilogram a week. So there you go. So the grind continues in my life in more than one way. We got the channel grind, we got the satisfactory grind, we got the ashes of creation grind. We have you know, the go to work grind. All right, rotors. What are we doing? We're doing stators or rotors? Doing rotors in P1. I'm working on skinny. Yeah, we'll see. This seems like a little bit of a waste of space, don't you think? Poor guy. He's so little. $120 wire. And then we feed in the steel pipe from elsewhere, I'm pretty sure. I have a... What am I doing with the steel pipe? Right here. This beast. All right. 4 assemblers up top. One day we're gonna ride bikes together. I can't remember where you're at, Uber Troll. Kilogram a week is a lot. Well, I got a lot to lose. I like to see results. It helps motivate me. All right. Oh, we had a couple things to do here. Let's not forget. We have to do that. Is that all we had to do? I think that was it. So save. Here in Michigan. My goal is probably, well, what I want to do is I want to see 199 on the scale. I probably won't stay down there. As soon as I stop cutting and start like working out hard, I'll start putting muscle back on. 220 I think would be great for me. But I want to see 199 on the scale. Like that's gonna happen. Right, so 199 pounds to kilograms. You know, I just want to see the one there. So I want to get down to 90, right? Where am I at again? I can't keep the I'm at 158. So I want to get down to 90 kilograms. I'm at 348 pounds. I want to get down to 199. But again, if I can get, I want to stay steady at like, I think 220 would be good, right? I think that would be good weight for me, right? Something like this. We'll see, right? Maybe 210 feels nice. We'll have to see when I get there. But something like this is generally the plan. You're struggling with weight loss? Yeah, yourself? Well, I, of course, am no doctor, and every person is different. But I have found that fasting, alternate, well, I'm doing fasting of all kinds, right? Intermittent fasting, and then and calorie restriction, of course. Okay, because you can't lose weight if you don't use more calories to be alive than you eat. You can't lose weight. But intermittent fasting helps me a lot, and I also been doing alternate day fasting, and then about once every 6 weeks or so, I'm trying maybe 6 to 8 weeks. I'm doing a week where I fast 72 hours. So alternate days like 36 to like 40, like 44. It's like 44, 36 to 44. Basically, like I eat Monday night and then I don't eat at all on Tuesday, and then I eat Wednesday night. So I'm trying to do that at least once a week, twice a week if I can. So kind of like skip food on Tuesday, then skip food on Thursday. And then I eat a relatively large amount on Sundays. And those are when I eat carbs. I pretty much just only eat carbs on Sundays. That's the general plan, right? Life messes with you. And then I just did, while I was streaming Ashes the first week, I decided to do my 72-hour fast. So I didn't eat Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. It's actually more than 72 hours because it's 3 days. But there's like time at the end of the first day and time at the beginning of the fourth day. Hey, Terrible, just finished up a good steel bloom. Nice. Yeah, I think we need to be in Steel Bloom next for sure. Terrible. Intermittent fasting works best for me, but from time to time I hunger. Yeah, when I'm fasting, I only get hungry twice for about 20 minutes a day. I get hungry at 11:30 every day, and I get hungry at 4:30 every day. But I try to, when that happens, I drink water and go for a walk. By the time I get back, I'm not hungry. And it works really well. Works really well for me. The hunger actually has gone. When I'm fasting, it is so much easier to keep my calories low than it is to eat like a small amount. And then once I start eating, stop myself, right? Because then I'm eating, right? It's so much better just to not start in the first place for me. How tall are you? You're 6'9", tall at 69 at 90, 190 pounds. I know you're smart to do this, but be wise to your height. You're going to hold on to a lot. I'm 6'2". So I don't know, 6'2" in inches, 74 inches. 220 at 6'2" is still overweight, by the way. I mean, it's still technically overweight, but I don't care. Ideal weight. Yeah. 154. There's no, that's insane for me. I have a ton of muscle. 154, man, I weighed 154 as a freshman. That was like 2 inches shorter, and I was in shape. The best shape I was ever in my life. Okay, I was 190. I had no fat on me at all. I was 190 at 6'2". Right, as a senior in high school. 154 is crazy. This stuff is. I don't believe this. I just don't. Okay, not for somebody who's built like me. I have huge amounts of muscle on me, like comparatively speaking. That's crazy. Like I said, 190, I was incredibly lean. Right? At 6'2". And by the way, I probably shrunk a little. I'm probably 6'1" now. No, I'll be, like I said, I want to hit 199 just to say I did it. But we're going to, we'll probably hang around somewhere between 210 and 220. BMI is basically bullshit. There's no way. I'm sorry. I just don't. I'm getting to the point now where I just don't trust anything like that. I don't, because, I've done the things that everybody says you have to do to lose weight. They don't work. Not for me. I can't do it. I can't do it for a sustained long enough time to get the results that I want. I would rather, if I have to do the things that I've been told my whole life I have to do to lose weight, I'd rather be fat and die early. I'm serious. It's torture. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be hungry every day the rest of my life. I'm not going to do it. Now, when I fast, I'm not hungry. But then I tell people that I fast, and then they say, oh, that's not healthy for you. And you can't win. So I'm just going to do what makes me feel the best. And that is making sure that I don't eat shit. And I fast. That's when I feel the best. I get the most sleep. I lose weight. I feel the best. I can work out the best. And I can concentrate the best. If you're 6'2" at the muscle you have, I'd be shocked if you get below 230. If 199, I will atrophy. I will. I already have a little bit. My muscle will absolutely atrophy. But I can build muscle back fine. It doesn't bother me. So about 3-4 months before I started this channel, I was in the hospital, and I couldn't get out of bed for 8 weeks. I had a really bad infection in my leg, and I lost a ton of weight, like not good weight either. I lost basically almost all my muscle mass. I wasn't really eating at all. I wasn't moving at all. I was laying in bed because I couldn't do anything else. I had all that muscle built back and more in about 8 weeks of weight training. 2 months, I was done. It was all back. I have zero, and I will never do that, right? Because that's way worse than anything else. So I'm not worried about it at all. You know, if I lose some, I'll just gain it back. It's not a big deal. I'd rather lose the weight. Losing the weight is the part that's difficult for me, right? What do I want here? Let's try to focus up slightly. There we go. Overweight is a calculation based on old standards. Yeah, and there's a bunch of stuff that's based on old standards. I will lose some muscle that I currently have. And that makes sense too, by the way, because I need a lot of muscle right now just to move around because I'm so heavy. As I will lose muscle as I lose weight, unless I'm rigorously weight training. And to be frank with you, I'm not right now. Fitroy, my senior year at 6'1" at 225 had me overweight with a 4% body fat. Yeah, it's crazy. What'd you do? Play football? You probably yoked out and played football. Rather go for a healthy weight before any number? Well, that's what I'm saying. I want to do the 199. Just say I could do it because I need a goal, right? If that's my number, that's my goal. I know myself. After that, I want to see how it feels. You know, but we'll see. That's the plan for now. It doesn't mean the plan won't change. That's just the plan for now. All right, let's build this out. You know me, Ian. Look what I did with ashes. I made a plan. I went after it, and when I couldn't, when the plan had to change, what did I do? I changed the plan. I'll do the same with the weight. I know what I have to do in order to motivate myself enough to get this done. And it's probably more than people think I need to do, but I don't. It is what it is, you know? All right, so this is good. I have to live with the consequences of what I do and how I eat and how I work out and what I do to my body, essentially, right? I have to live with it. Nobody else does. Success and failures. 15. Yeah, this is it. This is an insane recipe. This Caterium wire, it's an insane recipe. I mean, it's 15 gets you 120. It's crazy. It's a crazy recipe. My 6'4", 195 friend is a stick. You're stubborn. I know you'll make the right decision. Well, I mean, I'll do what I'll do. You know, I make a goal and I make a plan, but I continually reevaluate, you know? That's my, like I said, I don't know if I've already said it. I'll change it as I change it. All right, steel pipe. Yeah, okay. So 4 times 30 is the 120. That's the 120, and then 15, and that's the 15. Perfect. All right, this is good. Like I said, it's not really even a right or wrong decision. It just is, you know? I mean, it doesn't matter. It's mine anyway. It's nobody else's, right? Because like I said, you know, the consequences are mine alone. You know, the only other person that gets a say is my wife. She's the only other person who where the consequences affect her. right? Everything else is on me. What is off? Oh, there we go. Really? Oh, I'm totally off by one. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it works. Oops. I'm not afraid to piss you off. Fight me. Oh, I'm not mad. Now, Oki Sooner, he got me mad. Usually, so there's a lot of people in my life that tell me what to do. 99% of the time, I'm just being polite. When most of the time, I'd rather say, go F yourself. I do what I want. Now, I take advice and I listen, but you know. And the reason is because it's like, okay, let me give you an example. If somebody, an extended family member, gives me advice on the best way to raise my special needs child, okay, will I listen? Well, of course, I'll listen. But the responsibility is mine and my wife's, right? Because in 20 years, when my special needs child is grown, will that person that gave me the advice take responsibility for the consequences if I follow that advice? No. What am I going to say? Well, 20 years ago, this person said that I should do this, and so that's why I did it. No, it's insane. The responsibility is mine, right? So, truthfully, I am going to do always what I think is the right thing. Now, what I think is the right thing can change, and it changes often. And maybe it changes because somebody gave me advice. I do truly try to consider when somebody gives me advice, but in the end, I'm under no obligation to actually do it because responsibility is mine and mine alone. And my body is even more so, right? Like I said, the only other person that it really affects, though, is whose opinion I would value more than the average person's is, of course, my wife's. We do a little something like this. The result is on you, but you have built a community that is behind you and wants you to help you do this. Well, sure, but you guys can't really help me do it. Like, not really. Like, when I'm out running errands and I'm feeling hungry, and I drive by an In-N-Out and I smell In-N-Out and I could go pound out a triple. What can you guys do to help me when I need to just drive on by because my wife has good homemade food ready for me for dinner, and I want to just pull in there, bang out Dr. Pepper, large fries, and you know, a 3x3, right? You guys can't do anything. It's on me. I have to do it. That's the hard part, right? That's the part that matters. You know? And that's the personal responsibility, right? That I have to, that's on me and nobody else. Now, what I hope is that I talk about the stuff that I go through, and that other people, you know, can, you know, get some value out of it. You know, that's really the real reason that I talk about this. It's not really so that you guys motivate me or something like that. My kids and my wife motivate me. Like, to be frank, like, they're like way up here. You guys are like at the floor. They're the only things that matter. The source of motivation is them, but the source of the action is me, right? But like I said, I do hope that, you know, or I guess one of the things that I hope is a positive side effect of me talking about it is that, you know, people can get, you know, inspired. There's other people in my family that need to lose weight too. I hope that they can get similarly inspired, right? You know, if I can do it, they can do it. You know, and maybe somebody on the channel too. Aw. Or somebody listening to me. There we go. Okie Sooner. I never tell you what to do. I just tell you that you're wrong. It's true. It's true. But yeah, I would say the result is on me, but also, right, the being in the trenches, right, every day. Like every day I get hungry and I'm like, man, you know what sounds good? Go to my favorite pizza place that's like half a block away, right? Or like when my dad calls me up and he goes, hey, we're doing a family thing. What do you want to do? Do you guys want to go out to pizza, or do you guys want to make food at your house again? I have to say, well, you know, yeah, you know, Dad, I'd love to go out to pizza. But instead of doing that, yes, let's make food at my house. And what do? You know, we make, you know, something that has substantially less calories or is substantially more filling. So that, you know, that Sunday dinner isn't quite as, isn't quite as diet ruining as going out to pizza would be, right? That's the part that's the trenches. That's the part that sucks. You know, when I'd love to just say, well, yeah, sure, let's go do that. You know, I have to fight, you know, the social aspects of a lot of this. Or when somebody says, oh, you're starving yourself. Oh, that's not how you lose weight. So, you know, but like I said, it's all that stuff is stuff I have to take responsibility for, you know? All right, where are we going to feed in the steel here? How much steel is it? Not very much. We can encourage you and influence your decisions. Think about us when you're at the bottom. Well, I'm not going to think about you, though. Well, and I'm very far from the bottom. but I think I knew what you meant. I'm not going to think about you. You guys don't motivate me at all. I mean, maybe a little bit, but like, I can just go for a couple of weeks and not talk about it and say I took a diet break. I could say anything I want to, right? Like I said, my family and my family's future motivates me far more than people that I've never met on the internet do. You know? But I mean, you know, does it help? I mean, maybe, sure. The being able to help other people helps me more, I would say. Like if let's say when I get this done, probably another year, right? I mean, if I keep up 2 pounds a week, right? How many pounds do I need? Right? I'm at 348. Let's say 199. Okay, let's say 150 pounds. Okay, so 150 pounds divided by 2, 75 weeks. That's 18 months. That's a year and a half. If I keep going at 2 pounds a week, right? Or divide by 52. Yeah, that's another year and a half, right? So let's say at a year and a half, I get down to, you know, if I continue 2 pounds a week, I need to lose 150 pounds. I mean, a year and a half, right? I feel like the most motivation out of this is like being able to like have, because I'm on camera right now, right? And so there's a visual documentation of the gradual weight loss that I have. I mean, and you can see it. We actually looked it up a while back. You can already see it in my face. Let's see. Where's the face reveal? Here it is. Right? Yeah, let's even do this. Here, I'll tilt my head. That's a pretty big difference. That's in 3 months. And that will continue. Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. So you know, that is motivating to me, right? And then, you know, when somebody asks, how did I do that? I can tell them, right? Nobody wants to hear advice on how to lose weight from a fat guy. Everybody wants advice on how to lose weight from a guy who used to be fat that no longer isn't. All right, how are we gonna do this? Well, it needs to be my family. It already is, and it always has been. It's not really for myself. I'm fine. I mean, past a certain point, right? Like, I feel pretty good right now. I could stop right now, maybe another 30 pounds. I feel shockingly good. I know that may not sound like, maybe it's just comparatively and I'll feel shockingly better. Okay, fine. But like, I feel fine right now. I can do everything I need to do, right? Everything I need to do in life, I can do right now. Now, when I was 30 pounds heavier, that wasn't the case. There were things happening that I couldn't do. If I only need one seatbelt to get on an airplane, for me personally, that's fine. But I want to lose more weight for my family. Does that make sense? So it already is my family. And that's just the way it is. Something like this. But, you know, everybody has to find their own thing. You know, what makes sense to them. This is gross. This is gross. I don't like it. It's better. If we did this, what would this look like? No, I don't like it. I don't have everywhere to go on, and you've been honest. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I could. It takes too much energy to lie. You have to remember what the hell you said. It's a lot easier to tell the truth. I don't have time. I don't have time to lie. I'm too busy to lie. All right. All right, and then I say we split it here. You said many times that your community is going to keep me honest. Well, only in the sense that, like, based on what I tell you, though, like, you can't really keep me honest. All I can do, I have to do that myself. But I mean, sure, if I agree, like, as I said, that you know, when I pull this off, that's too low. Let's go higher. When I pull this off, it's kind of like the same reason that I don't use mods in this game. I don't use mods in Satisfactory because that way I can tell people, ha, I didn't use mods, bro. Losing, so that motivates me. But that is only like a little bit of the story, right? That's only a small amount. Irritating. Very irritating. Let's do this. Crap. That's like a cherry on top of my motivation sundae. All right, the main course, and I get the irony that we're talking about weight loss, and I'm using a ice cream reference. The main part is my family. You know what I mean? But if I'm tracking it the whole way, it's kind of like the difference between making a video of me just having this city done and showing it being built along the way, right? There's fun in the journey, and you know, that's part of why I share what I share. That's very wrong. There we go. I don't know. Hope that makes sense. You're gonna keep me honest? Like I said, this would look better. Ooh. Like I said, many before you have tried and failed. The only person that can keep me honest is me. I guess that's kind of the point I'm making. That's better. And then do that. Because what happens when I don't have this channel anymore, right? I can't, the source of my motivation or whatever we want to call it, right? It doesn't really have anything to do with long-term, anything like that. Because how do I keep it off? And I've always felt like losing it is not the hard part for me. It's going to be keeping it off. I lost 90 pounds last year, you guys. I've already done this. I know exactly what to do to lose it. And I know at least one way to not keep it off. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it takes me less times to figure out how to keep my weight off than it took Edison to figure out the metal for the light bulb. work. Perfect. But yeah, we'll figure it out. And so far so good, you know. I'm in a good place. I am doing enough exercise to where I am. I mean, you know, I could always walk more, but I'm doing enough to where I'm in a consistent calorie deficit. My hunger is managed, and the biggest thing is trying to make sure that I don't kick up. You know, I've beaten the constant craving of crappy food that I used to have. I've beaten that back for now. I need to try to make sure that I keep it that way. Those are the big things. Oh, I forgot to save this. That'd have been bad. What are we making here? We're making rotors. Rotors. P1. Holidays are going to be tough. I'll probably slow down on the weight loss on the holidays for sure. Like I said, I got a couple tricks up my sleeve. All right, back to it. All right, this one's pretty simple. We just have 3 of them to do. Oh, you can't be there. All right. And now I can make these symmetrically lined up. I can only keep you honest as long as you stream. The lifestyle changes on you. However you make the change is your choice. Yeah, I think so, I guess. I mean, if it got really bad, I could just choose to stop streaming, right? Be pretty... You make a point. I mean, it's still on me. Plus, I could have chosen to not talk about it at all. I don't know. It's all good. I think we're talking about the same thing, basically. I just, for me, I keep tying it back to... It's the little decisions, right? I have to make 1 million small decisions correctly. know, do I buy that bag of chips when I'm at the store? Do I pull into the drive-thru? Do I tell somebody, yes, let's go out to dinner versus making food at home, right? One bad decision, it's not that big of a deal, right? But usually one leads to another, and that's where you get in trouble. But you know, if I have to make, let's assume I have to make 3 of those decisions a day, right? If I get hungry 3 times a day, I have to make that decision correctly 3 times a day. We just said that, you know, I'm going to have to do this for 150 weeks, right? It's 31,000 times to hit my weight loss goal that I have to make that decision correctly. Holidays should always be cheats. Yeah, but the problem is, I don't mean the actual holiday itself. I mean like the time around it. You're right. I'm probably going to eat. I'm not going to be, you know, on Christmas. It's not going to be diet day, right? But what about the week after Christmas? There's leftovers. We can't let those go to waste, right? That was really good. We can make that again. It's not that big of a deal. But, you know what I mean? But no, I agree with you. They should be cheat days. Or, you know, whatever you want to call it. Carb cycle days. Let's make sure everything is coming from, that's coming from the ground. And this is coming from the ground as well because it's coming out of a blueprint. Okay, fine. Okay. I think this one has to be up 1. They will make the right decision 98% of the time for the 31,000. Is it 31,000 or 3,000? It's 3,100. It's 3,100. Even that was freaking me out a little bit. Hey, sometimes the right decision's actually eating. I can tell you what, nothing looked as good as it was like a bowl of fruit and cottage cheese and pumpkin seeds after my 72-hour fast. It's awesome. I need a splitter here. Huh. That's correct. That's a merger. This is a splitter. I mean, it's not really even about being willing, right? Of course I'm willing, but I have to actually do it. I have to do it over and over and over. Like, of course, I've been willing for years. It's more than willing, right? You have to find a way to do it every time. Or I do, at least. because I do better when I'm on a streak. Win streak. I think the one I just deleted was supposed to be there. That one's about creating a new lifestyle. Well, that's the thing. I have to create the new lifestyle before. I have to create the new lifestyle as I lose the weight. I can't just lose the weight and then go like, because then I've accomplished my goal, you know? But I agree with you. You know, and it's things like, and it isn't even a lifestyle. Like, how do I explain this? Like, that's so like lame to say. And I know that that's our language for it. You know what drives me up the wall? Portion control. Oh, okay. Oh. I just eat less. Oh, well, shit. I had no idea. Oh, it's just portion control. Oh, just portion control. That's all you have to do. Oh my God. I had no idea. I was born yesterday. I didn't know that I had to eat less to lose weight. Thank you for telling me. Now, you didn't say that, right? But like that, just portion control. Okay. All right. So I just eat less. Okay. Well, here's the problem. If that's the only thing I change, the only thing, oh, I just eat less. That's it. I'm hungry all the time, right? Because how did I get like this? I ate when I was hungry. Okay, well, like I'm not eating when I'm not hungry. Okay, so if I just eat less, I'm going to be hungry forever, right? So portion control, I think, is bad language for it. What is it? What is it instead? It's figuring out how to not be hungry. Right? And the answer is not always eating. That's why the fasting works so well for me, because I'm just not hungry. Versus, and that's why eating good food is better, like not processed stuff, not sugary stuff, because sugar makes you hungrier, where protein and fat makes you full, carbs make you hungry in general, right? Eat a bag of chips, eat 250 calories in a bag of chips and eat 250 calories from eggs. I guarantee you'll be more hungry with the other one, right? So it's not portion control. That's not it. It's food choice, right? It's the timing of your food, right? Because if I fast all day, and yeah, there's about 20 minutes I'm hungry, but I know it's coming, I can deal with it. And I know it's finite. And so it is not overwhelming in the fact that I'm going to think I'm going to be hungry the rest of my life, right? It's like, all right, it's 11:30. And by the way, as I do it more and more, even that starts to go away, right? I schedule meetings at 11:30, you know, and then I'm done with the meeting and I wasn't hungry at all. Then that passes and I didn't even think about it, right? So it's a mindset change. Sure, it's a lifestyle change, but you can't just say, oh, change your lifestyle. To me, it's the same thing as saying, oh, portion control. It's like this trite, poorly constructed. I mean, to be frank with you, I think it's a way that people who haven't had to do what I'm doing talk about it, right? For me, I've had to change my mindset. Okay, what is my goal? My goal is to feel better, sleep better, be able to accomplish my tasks, and not be hungry. That's all I want. Okay, it'd be nice to live an extra 20 years too. Okay, so I don't care about portion control, right? I don't care about my lifestyle changes. What I care about is changing what I do to achieve those goals. Does that make sense? And to me, That's doing things like changing the food that I eat. Because food A, I can eat literally an unlimited amount and never feel full. And food B, that tastes just as good, I eat until I'm full, and that's significantly less calories. I add in the fact that I only really eat one meal a day, or like a meal and kind of like 2 snacks on each side, but it all happens within like 2 hours of itself, of each other. And then some days I just don't eat at all. And then that adds up over time to where I am eating it's like a cheat code, right? I'm eating far fewer calories, but I'm actually less hungry than I was before. It's crazy, right? And so sure, it's a lifestyle change, but more so than that, it really is just eat the right food at the right time. For me, all of this is for me. That's the caveat on it. Keto and carnivore gave me a lot of success for that specific reason. You don't get hungry anymore. Protein and fat trigger a hormone in your body. I can't remember what it's called. That literally makes you feel full. Carbohydrates do not do that. In fact, they do the opposite. They trigger insulin, and it makes it impossible to lose weight. Right? If you're triggering insulin, you can't lose weight. Right? That's what the fasting does. It makes it so that you aren't triggering insulin, and it makes it easier to lose weight. And it makes you less hungry when you're not eating. There are challenges, of course. It's not like there's no I win button, you know? But yeah, keto and carnivore, absolutely. I agree. And I am basically doing, well, I'm not even doing keto or carnivore, right? Because I'm eating carbs on Sundays. But my overall calories are, and I'm not eating sugary carbs. I'm like potatoes and like I'm like, oh, I feel like some bread, right? Just like a couple slices of bread. That's what I'm talking about. Skash Kitsune, if you succeed, please tell us how. High GI versus low GI. Yeah. There's, and by the way, there's, I call them fast carbs or whatever, but like there's actual terms out there for all that stuff. My sister's a type 1 diabetic, right? So I understand at least somewhat about that kind of stuff. You lost about 10 kilograms in 3 months by doing weight training and protein diet, but eating on a schedule really helped me with keeping your fluids up. Yeah. So for and you're eating on a schedule, me too, right? It's just a different schedule. To be honest with you, I found that when I'm fasting and I feel like eating, like I'm going to be lightheaded or I can't concentrate or something, it's electrolytes, actually. I started taking electrolyte pills and drinking electrolyte drinks and basically eating more salt, like a lot more salt. That's actually a huge problem, right? Because in a lot of boxed food and processed food and canned food and fast food, right, all bad stuff, it's loaded with salt. And then you cut all that stuff out, but you don't put enough salt on the clean food that you're eating, and it makes you feel tired and shitty because you're not getting the salt that you're used to. Does that make sense? And so, like, when I'm fasting, I get this bone broth that's like really good, like actual bone broth, and I just put so much salt in it. Like, it tastes great to me, but like my wife drank it, she's like, oh my god, like, I don't know, man, it tastes good to me. And like I said, I take supplements when I'm fasting, like phosphorus, magnesium, calcium, and potassium. Okay, this is good. This one's simple, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's finish this off. I'm ranting. I'm in major rant. What up, chat? We're building Satisfactory, and I talk about all sorts of crazy shit on this channel while I'm Basically, what I do when I play Satisfactory, it's really more like a podcast. I just happen to be also playing Satisfactory at the same time. Your mind craves what it needs. Your brain determines what you eat. Ooh, I would disagree with that because my mind craves McDonald's all the time, and I sure as shit don't need that. We need to break it into smaller pieces. I did break it into smaller pieces, Ian. I 2 pounds a week, and it's really not even that, right? Because it's like, I already know the foods that get me full with the least amount of calories, and I like them. Right? My wife switches it up all the time, or I'll make some food and change it up. But like, I just eat that, and I eat 1 meal a day. And if I have to eat something for lunch, I eat, I've got a list of like 5 things, right? Can of tuna, a couple of hard-boiled eggs, a little bit of cottage cheese, chicken breast, right? And all that stuff's ready to go. And then all dinners, all major meals except for Sunday, fit into the, basically no carbs. Not exactly pure carnivore, but kind of close. It's very similar. Sundays we loosen up. Not go crazy, but loosen up. All right, we got to test this. What do we need to test this? We need Caterium ore and steel pipes. We test every blueprint. You love your bread and rice? Yeah. Well, and like I said, I eat those on Sundays. I love bread too a lot. But really, the problem with bread, rice is a little bit better, right? But the problem with bread is, for me, when I eat it, I don't feel full at all. So like, it's calories that aren't, my goal when I eat is to feel like I'm ready to stop eating. I want to feel full. I don't want to be hungry anymore. Okay? Bread doesn't really help that. Rice is better, right? Rice is seems more filling to me. And especially crappy bread. Like especially crappy bread. But like a good sourdough or like a homemade sourdough bread that doesn't have a bunch of crap in it, that's not too bad. And like I said, that's the kind of stuff I eat on Sundays. But like I said, that's for me, right? Because for me, that has it meets my my goals without being too onerous, right? But what I'm doing might be more onerous for other people. You're 200 pounds overweight. Well, Thalmaze, you just joined, right? So I was 380 pounds. It's about the highest I've ever been. I did get up to probably 390 about 10 years ago, and I've been sort of fighting it, and then I succeed for a while, and then I don't succeed for a while, and it kind of goes up and down. But either way, I was at 378 June 2nd of this year, and I'm at 348. I've lost 30 pounds in 97 days. A little over 2 pounds a week, or about 1 kilogram a week. So there you go. Yeah. The game changer for me was thinking about hunger management, not calorie management. Oh, just count your calories. Oh, okay. Like they're all like, all of those little like trite things, they're not exactly wrong, but they are very, very incomplete. You know what I mean? And it took a lot of pieces. For me, the big breakthrough, I read a book, The Ultimate Guide to Fasting, I think, by Dr. Jason Fung, F-U-N-G. That was huge. There's a lot in there, and it makes a lot of sense. And the biggest thing is when I read it, I saw my life experiences laid out, right? Because like when I go to the doctor and I go, like, okay, well, you got to do this, 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 and this. And I think to myself, lady, I've tried that. I tried that for 5 years. I tried exactly what you're saying for 5 years, and it was a nightmare. And when I was done, I weighed more than I did when I effing started. Okay? It doesn't make sense. I can't do it again. I can't do it again. I've already done it. And they don't believe me. That's fine. So I just stopped talking to them about it. And then I read this book, and everything in this book lines up with exactly what I've seen in my life for me. And I'm like, this is a million times better because it actually is explaining why I feel the way I feel. And then I start trying some things, and I'm like, holy shit. This is working exactly how they said it would, versus all the other things that everybody's been saying to me since I started getting heavy 20 years ago. Just go work out. Okay, well, I don't have 2 hours a day. So that's how much it would take for me to work off what I eat. You know, healthy diet, mental health. I don't care about that. I have no way to measure that. I told you before, my goals are, yeah, let's keep trying to, let's talk while we build. My goals are, I named this wrong. That has to be bus. I messed up the name. My goals are to not be hungry, be light enough to do the physical things I need to do every day. All right. Which, to be honest, isn't really all that much. I work from home. I have an office job. I make money with my brain. I don't do it with my body. I make it with my experience and with my brain. I don't work a construction job. I'm not a mechanic. I don't, nothing. And nothing bad about that work at all. A lot of people use both their brain and their body. I sit at a desk, just like it's the same desk I'm sitting at right now. And I do things that very, very few other people know how to do. And I get paid a decent amount for that. I'm not like super rich or anything. That's how my life has gone. Okay. I need to be able to do the physical things that I need to do. Most of them have to do with my kids, right? I'd like to, the big one is I don't want to ever ask again for the extra seatbelt on the airplane. That one is me. But if I was down enough where I didn't do that, and I could do everything I needed to do physically, and I felt good, that would be fine. And that's probably about 300 pounds for me, which is still about 100 pounds overweight. You know what I mean? So like, to get down to where I'm trying to get down to, that's the additional motivation for that comes from my family, right? And being there more for my family and my kids. I have 5 kids. If you're relatively new to the channel, you may not know that. So that's, I forgot to put the tails in again. I was too busy yapping. What did I tune into? Well, I'm playing Satisfactory, but we're also, I'm also talking about non-satisfactory things. I am on a weight, we're talking about my weight loss and other people's weight loss journeys and stuff like that. By the way, and this is weight loss journey number 20 for all I know. So so far, success. Now I'll tell you this. Last year, I was down to 290. That's another 60 pounds from right now. When I break 290, then I'll be happy. Then we'll be talking. Right now, I'm just making up for the screw up that I had when I basically gained the vast majority of it all back. What's going on? Oh, I hit my macro. All right, we gotta fix this. This needs to be bus. I was too busy yapping and I forgot a really important part of this. But anyway, that's what helped me. That was the last puzzle piece I needed, was how to fast correctly. And that's when I've had them. That's when I started having success. There's still more, right? That's only another piece of it. All right, that should do it. All journeys we're doing are hard. Yeah, I have no problems with that. The problem is, deep down, as long as I'm under the weight I am right now, if it was just me, you know what, you're around like you're inside in games. The world doesn't need me around that long. I'm kidding. If it was just me, if I lived alone, if I didn't have a wife, if I didn't have any kids, we'll say another 20 pounds. I don't care. I do not care. I do not mind being this heavy. I don't. Now, when I was at 380, that was bad. Okay. 350, fine. But what changes? There's a change that happens that I can't control. I get older. All right. And so I do also recognize, we got to delete one of these. This one. That I might feel okay at 325 right now, but in 10 years, I won't. So I recognize that. But it's really hard to motivate you today for 10 years down the road, right? That can be tough. So it's taken me time to find really why I'm doing this. Like, and really, I mean, like, not just like a trite little saying or something, like really deep down, right? Self analysis, and not telling myself, oh, I should want this, or having somebody else tell me, like, oh, Ken, you should want this. I've made an error. Damn it. I thought I did this right. Crap. I did this wrong. It's probably because I was yapping. Well, it's definitely because I was yapping. to ditch all this. Crap. There's a reason that I set the blueprint designer up that way. I have to do this. I have to be able to test it, make sure that it'll line up. See, that's not lined up. So we got to do this. I'm missing. Crap. Why is that off? Frustrated. Let's try it again. That's worse. Are these not lined up with each other? Oh my God. I'm trolling myself. All right, let's try this again. I could not figure out why that wasn't working. All right. All right. This makes sense to me, and I'm sure this will work now. There we go. Okay, winner. All right, let's catch up. You got hit with the ads. Okay. Yeah. For my weight loss journey started out rough, but what got me losing weight was calorie deficit in gym. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, it has to be calorie deficit, right? I mean, it has to be. I had an issue with that last year, and it was very difficult to motivate. And I've also hurt my back. That's also been an issue. I'm actually going to the chiropractor now to help with that. And being out makes me want to go back to the gym and get my health back on track. Nice. No, you're not late to the topic. I just had to concentrate fully to figure out what was going on over here. I missed some chat on YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. But that 100% what lifestyle changes mean? Well, sure, but how do I know exactly what you mean when you say lifestyle changes? And how do I know that that's the same as when other people tell me lifestyle changes? That's what I mean. I'm complaining about the language that we use because it's not very accurate. Like, you can't just be like, oh, lifestyle changes. Like, what does that mean? How do you do it? Right? And now I think we're talking about the same stuff. I'm not complaining about you, Nut. I'm just complaining about the language that we use to describe this stuff. It's inadequate. And the things that you do around it to sustain your goals, you take what you know, turn it into habits, and then turn the time over to these habits, become the change. That's another one. I mean, it's so easy to say, you know, turn it into habits, right? But like I don't want to do a habit of something that I don't want to do. That's like saying, oh, just go on bike rides, turn it into a habit. Well, I effing hate bike rides. Why would I do that? I don't want that habit. Right? So I have to find things that accomplish the goal that still fit within the Venn diagram of what I like doing with the very limited time I have on this earth. Hello again, Surplus Lover. Is it just me or the beard longer than usual? Is the beard longer than usual? Well, it is longer than probably the last time you saw it, but I actually think this is relatively short. Weather? Yeah, it can. Ham free, but you are creative AF. Thank you. Can I want you around? I like your insight in games. Well, you know, I appreciate it. I think my kids want me around more than you want me around, though. So that's my point around the motivation part. That's fair. I know I should have been better to find the term. It's not a you thing, though, right? I'm not complaining about you, Nut. I'm making the point that people have been saying those kind of little one-liners to me all my life, and it's really, really frustrating because right now I can talk about it, right? I'm going to be playing this game for another 3 hours, right? So I can talk about it and I can say like what I think about it, and plus, by the way, none of you guys have done anything like judgy at me at all, right? But imagine like, and I've gotten it. It's like, oh well, why don't you just eat less? Oh shit, I had no idea. It's that easy? It's amazing. You know? So I think the lifestyle changes, it's not as bad as that one, but it's similar, right? Because how do I know exactly what you mean? Unless we have a long ass conversation about it. And to be frank with you, losing weight is kind of like money and politics and religion. People don't really want to talk about it most of the time. It's uncomfortable. I don't care. I don't give a shit. You know, and I figure if, you know, because when I lose this weight, because I will I keep it off? I don't know. That is the part that I'm truly worried about, by the way. I know I'll lose weight. I could do it. Like I know I can do it. I know that I will do it. Just as surely as I know that I will wake up tomorrow. I might be wrong, but I know it. So what really worries me is keeping it off. But if I can kind of just help somebody think about, because I wish I thought about, let's double check these. I wish I thought about how I eat and the lifestyle the way I do now at 30 or 25, right? Because I wouldn't have gained this weight. Because I just felt like, I was like, well, because what I was being told on how to do it, and man, I tried. I tried. But it just wasn't working. It wasn't there. You know, and it was terrible. Let's get rid of this. And then it didn't work. Like, it was a nightmare. And then I was heavier than when I started. I've also been heavy since I was little, but doing a diet and cardio exercise doesn't do much unless the diets are needed, such as like diabetes, high cholesterol, but majority of cardio is just stamina training, in my opinion. That's why I walk. That's a big thing, right? It was like, oh, you need to run or cardio. You got to do cardio. You got to do cardio. I found that walking and lifting heavy things are far, far, far more effective than cardio. I agree, because cardio actually makes you hungrier. Like running or swimming, that makes you hungrier. And again, I started having a lot of success when I started thinking about all of this in terms of hunger management. I'm going to do things that make me less hungry, because it's the hunger. The hunger is why I've got fat. Me being unable to properly manage my hunger is why I'm heavy. Also, when I was younger, I didn't have nearly as much money, and I opted for cheap food, and cheap food makes you fat because it doesn't fill you up. But still, it's still hunger management, right? It's the same thing. All right, I'm trying to make a little bridge here so the trains can go under it. But I just wish that, so my point is that if I can share what I learned with just one other person, and it helps them, then that's a big win. And I like talking about it. I think about stuff, me personally, talking about stuff helps me think about it. You know, we need steel pipes for this other one. And so when I talk about it with you guys, it allows me to kind of like, you know, continue to process. By the way, guys, I made a blueprint. We're testing it right now. That's what's happening right now if you came in. Huh. What is this, sir? Huh. Very, very weird. And then I guess we don't have power? Did I not hook this in? Oh my God, I forgot that one. All right, well, this is why we're testing. This is why we're testing. And then did I do the same thing here? How did we do this? Yep, same thing here, same problem. All of those were built badly. We're gonna have to test this again. There's too many mistakes. I need to fix these mistakes. All right, so let's fix these. Gum helps. For me, I was talking about this earlier. I just can't eat carbs. Good protein, lean protein's better, but even fatty protein is good as long as I don't eat too much of it. I eat what makes me full. I do gum sometimes. Well, I have some right here. This is not sponsored. I don't chew it on the stream, obviously, because, you know, I value my viewers' sanity. But yeah, I do that. I do that sometimes. I do homemade. So I get raw pumpkin seeds and I roast them. Pumpkin seeds are awesome. And I particularly like sunflower seeds. But sunflower seeds have a lot of calories. Pumpkin seeds provide the same thing for me with fewer calories. So I do that. That helps a lot. But really, like, and also, I was talking about this before, of course, but the fasting. Nothing manages my hunger. It's a two-parter, right? It's a double whammy. Never eating fast carbs, right? Sugar, never. No sodas. By the way, I kicked my soda habit about 10 years ago. Like actual soda. Maybe 5 years ago. 7 years ago, something like that. But no fast carbs. Potato chips. I mean, maybe occasionally at a party or something like that, but very, 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 very little fast carbs. I can't eat fast food. None of that stuff, right? Because that stuff all makes me crave more of the thing. And it doesn't help the hunger, right? So that's the one. And then the part two is the fasting. Nothing has been as effective for me of controlling hunger as the fasting. And then, like I said, when I eat lots of protein, lean when I can, but it doesn't always have to be. I eat a lot of beef. I don't care. I'm not carnivore or anything, but I eat more chicken and turkey than I do beef these days. Powdered peanut butter, yeah, I do it in protein shakes when I'm working out. Yeah, the H2 stuff or PB1 or PB2. Is it PB? Is that? I put that in protein shakes. But I only do protein shakes when I'm like actually working out. And I'm actually not going to the gym right now. I'm having success with what I'm doing, which is walking and fasting. And so when I plateau or feel like I need to make a change, I will. But I'm just not at the moment. But I will. I have before, and it works really well. Bro, why did this work on the other ones and it's not working here? Okay, let's try something else. I did that exact same thing on the other one earlier today. I'm not getting the auto connect. There. I wasn't getting the auto connect. All right. Is that it? Was it just that? And I was not paying attention. I just have the auto connect setting. That's stupid. Yep, that was it. It's working. The Okios 000. Tried the high protein one, but sicker than I like. Serving of powdered peanut butter, cinnamon, and granny apple bowl. Really good. I do cottage cheese, pumpkin seeds, strawberries, and 2 hard-boiled eggs. You like grape juice? I certainly don't drink fruit juice. Fruit juice in my head is basically the same as a soda. That's fair. I'll get deeper into the Discord about what my philosophy has been and what's worked for me. I used to be nearly 300 down to 170. See, you were 300 pounds down to 170. Those are the people that I want to take advice from. Not like a doctor who's been thin his whole life. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I feel how I feel. Finding meals that you like, routines, activities you can incorporate in life that works for you is a discovery process. I agree with that. Walking heavy weights, 100% the best if you have the time. Yeah. Well, right now, my time is very limited for working out. That's why I'm not doing it. I'm doing some stuff in my room, okay? But I'm not like going to the gym. I like going to the gym. And there will be a time when the challenge of the weight loss has been completed and the challenge of the bodybuilding will begin. You know, just getting big muscles, not like something stupid. That'll be the challenge afterward. The challenge of my eye allergies will never go away, apparently. All right, I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to ask a question. We'll do a quiz. Okay, heavy people that have been heavy your whole life and you've talked to doctors. Now I can't speak for any doctors. You know, I don't know if they're different in Australia or England or something. I'm sure they are. But here we go. You ready? Scenario. Kin future bodybuilder. Kin gym merch is going to be lit. So scenario. All right. You're heavy. You've been heavy for a long time. All right. You go to talk to your doctor. You've had your doctor for a while. Doctor's fine. You go to the doctor and you say, hey, doctor, my friend, because I have a very good friend who has had a lot of success. And he said, hey, Kin, look into, what's the name? It's not Ozempic. What's the other one? Can't remember the other name. Not Ozempic, the other one. And he said, look into it and see if you can talk your doctor into giving you the lowest possible dose. Not that one either, not Moderno. Zepbound. He said he talked his doctor into the very, very minimal dose that they would give him. And what it did for him is he said all of like thinking about food is gone. And it helps me accomplish the goals that I had. No, not steroids, not hard drugs, better. But he said, don't let them put more on you, right? That was a friend who gave me that advice. And so I said, okay, I did some research. I looked at what it does. I'm like, okay, that makes sense to me. There's some out there that are bad that I wouldn't want to do, right? There's one that basically makes you stop feeling joy and it helps you not eat because eating sets off, I was like, oh, that'd not be what I want. Anyway, so I was like, all right, I'll talk to my doctor and I'll get their advice, right? And this was not that long ago. And it was like, and he said they'll want to ramp up your dosage. He goes, you keep it small, right? He said, just think about it. And I go, okay, I'll think about it. And I looked into it. So how do you think the conversation went? I call them up and I go, hey, what can you tell me about this? This Zepbound, right? What are your advice? What do you think? What should I do? Tell me what you guys think, how that conversation went. By the way, this is working beautifully. And we're done here. I'm going to clean up. We're doing a test. I want to see if other people have had the same experience with me. Antidepressants? No, she did not offer me antidepressants. She did offer me a depressant, though, because that's what that is. I can't remember which one it was, but I read what it does, because I read like, okay, what does this actually do? What hormones does it affect, right? Because they all do different things. There's some of them are similar, but like they all do different things. There's like a bunch of them. And I read the one, and it was like, it reduces the rate at which you get dopamine, basically, so that when you eat, it doesn't fire off that like satisfying feeling, and it makes you want to not eat as much. And I was just like, dude, I have a problem enough. Like, I don't think I have like depression or anything, but I go through swings where I'm just like, I was like, I don't want to mess with that part of my brain. Max dose for life and all the pills. No, she actually said they don't do Zepbound. Bro, I missed because of ads. I'm so gonna go out on a limb and say the pill takes away 100, but the side effects are up front. Like low mood and happiness. Nope. Well, okay, she offered all those things, right? There's a bunch of those things. She said, here's all the things we offer. You can look at this. But she said, what I really think you should do is X. What did she try to get me to do? By the way, this is the first conversation we have about it. I called. I'm probably overstating that nut, but like when I read it, that's what I was like, ugh. I called her. It's not like we've been talking about this for months and we've explored all these options or anything like that. I call her. It was a phone call conversation, and I go, hey, tell me about Zepbound. What do you think? And I got, here's the list of nope, not a diet plan. Yes. D-Lo got it. Stomach surgery. I asked her if she could do the very lowest dose of the most minimal affecting one that's on the market. I specifically said, can we do like, I want to see how it affects me. I don't want to do anything big. I just want to see if it kind of makes it so that I'm not thinking about food all the time, because that's what, you know, I'm hearing that it helps with, you know, and can we just try it off with the most minimal dose? And she's like, well, you know, we don't really do that one, which is fair. That hospital doesn't do that. Okay, fine. It's relatively new. I don't have a problem with that. But she's like, okay, here's all the ones that we do offer. But have you thought about doing a surgery to permanently alter your body in a non-natural way? I was like, this is why I don't talk to you people about this. I knew it was a mistake. I knew it was a freaking mistake. It is always that. And do you know why it's always that? Because when you're a hammer, every problem is a nail. And there's no money in them for fasting. I'm sorry, that's what I believe. I don't want to get stomach surgery. And you know what? If other people have got stomach surgery and it works for them, that's fine. But you know what the best part about fasting is? The very, very best part. Let's go build these. Yeah, probably D'Lo. You know what they're getting a kickback. You know what the best part about fasting is? Let's say I'm in a 24-hour fast. And let's say I'm really not feeling it. Things are not going well. And I've done all my tricks. I've had my salted bone broth and I've taken my stuff and it's not going well. I'm not feeling good. Maybe I have a big meeting that I have to go to, or maybe, you know, I have to go do something. I have to go put on a roof. Okay. And I'm just like, man, I can't do this. You know how instant I can undo the fast? I take a bite of food. It's really easy. Can I ever do that if I get my stomach stapled? No, that's it. I'm done. I'm locked in for life. You know, even like medication, at least that's, you know, relatively temporary. And I was kind of, you know, weirded out by that. Yeah. We're going to go to the most minimal amount possible. Right. And he goes, try to talk them into the smallest dose and just stay on they're going to want to. And I called him and I go, you'll never guess. Not only did they try to like give me different drugs that I didn't ask for, they went straight to permanent stomach surgery. My friend got that. He was over 400. He needed something drastic done, but he gained it all back because he didn't commit to the lifestyle change that it required, which is strict AF. So, I mean, that's the thing. If it's not, no matter what I do, if it's stomach staples, if it's you know, the sleeve, if it's the one where they actually remove most of your stomach, if it's heavy cardio, no matter what, I have to find a way. How many of these do I need to build? That's the wrong spreadsheet. That's the fat loss spreadsheet. I need the spreadsheet. 6 of them. No matter what I choose to do, how I choose to do it, I have to find a way to keep it off. And I just, you know, I do like eating. And I don't want to like take that away from myself. I just have to do it in a controlled way. I just have to learn to control it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, one more. And again, I'm not disparaging anybody who's gotten that. Everybody has to make their choices for themselves. But it was just mind-blowing to me. And I like her. She's the best doctor I've ever had. She's good. It was just mind-blowing to me that I call about like a specific, I mean, it was like a 20-minute conversation, by the way. Like, again, this isn't like we've explored this for years and we're at our final rope and we're like, okay, have you thought about this, right? No, this is like the first 15 minutes of the first conversation. It's crazy to me. I was like, this is why I don't call you people, you know? Yeah, I had 2 herniated discs in my back from the back injury a few years back. Yeah, they said I was supposed to do surgery, and what I instead did is, I'm sorry, I got on YouTube. I don't give a shit. I researched, I got on YouTube, I researched some more, I talked to people, and I did self-back decompression. I got a inversion table, and I slowly worked my way up, and one day, I finally am able to fully relax on the inversion table. And my wife heard all the discs slip back in from 2 rooms away. And the resulting several F words, right? How much was that appointment? $10, because I have insurance. Actually, it was a phone appointment. I don't think it cost anything. And so instead of getting back surgery, I was able to decompress my spine enough to where my discs slipped back in. You know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, we're good. Now we need to do this. Now, if that didn't work, would I have done surgery? Sure. But that wasn't going to be my first choice. And I've gotten surgeries. I went off on my motorcycle. You guys can't really see it. I'm not flipping you off or anything, but you see how like this middle finger here, like doesn't really have a knuckle? Here, let me show you. Right? There's like no knuckle there. Like I have a knuckle everywhere else. Like there's like an actual knuckle there, but there isn't there. That's as tight as I can put my finger together. I went off on my motorcycle in college, and the clutch crushed my hand. I had 2 surgeries on that. That's not the kind of surgeries I'm talking about. I just think you have to be very active about your, your healthcare. The surgery would actually be pretty free. The cost isn't the problem. I just don't want to do... Now look, if I'm 65 and I still weigh 450 pounds, maybe it's time for stomach surgery so that I don't die. Okay? But I'm only 41. Why are we... And I only weigh 350 pounds. And I know it's a lot, but like I work full days and like it's not like, I'm not at, 600-pound life. Not yet, at least. and that's where we're going with this. Like, it's just, I don't know. Didn't even do the diet plan. I would have respected the diet plan. I know that it would have been like, stuff I've already tried, but at least I would have respected that. Nope, straight to the surgery. But yeah, no, I got a decompression table and I use it often. Actually, I haven't used it in a while. I should get it set back up. And it really does help kind of make everything feel better. It took me a while to learn to truly relax on it and not like stay like, okay, I'm a hanging part, partway upside down, right? But when I like really relaxed, you know, and kind of the muscles, just let everything kind of like rest a little bit, you know, just let some blood in there a little. It did help me a lot. And then like, obviously for that disc that was out, like I felt it, and I had this like feeling of, it was more than just back pain. It was like this like really bad feeling of like wrongness, you know? But as soon as it slipped back in, it was gone. And I was dealing with it for like a year, you know, and I was in talks about, you know, getting surgery. And I was like, look, I'll try anything. I'll try anything before that. So we got a $150 inversion table, and I still have it. What kind of a bike? I had a Ninja 500. Let's see what year I had. 2002. They had different colors for different years. I had this one. I had the gray and orange one, or the silver and orange one. Which one? Where are you? This one right here. This is the exact bike I had. I rode it while I was in college because I knew I wanted to ride a motorcycle, but I also knew deep down that I was going to start a family, and I told myself I will crash on this thing and I might die. So now's the time to ride a motorcycle when I don't have a family. And you know, maybe when all of my kids are moved out, maybe I'll get another motorcycle. Probably not a Ninja 500. You know, I'm not gonna go like free solo El Capitan or anything like that, but you know, we all have our things. You know what I kind of want to do? I don't know if I've ever talked about this ever on the stream. I kind of want to do this. I want to I want to drive a motor vehicle competitively. What form that takes, I don't know exactly. I want to take classes. I want to take lessons. I really like driving. Another reason to lose the weight. Can't be a fat rally car driver. You rode a bike before I was even born? Well, the bike was, that's when I graduated high school. I was riding the bike in 2004, 2005. It was a couple years old. Yeah, a racetrack doesn't sound fun to me, but like, what are the long ones? What are the long ones called? Where like you drive for 24 hours straight. Okay, maybe I'm like cross country. Maybe I'm not using the right terms. Off-road endurance race. Yeah, this kind of thing. I guess it's not called a rally car. this kind of thing is super interesting to me. I don't think I would ever like do it, but like the Baja 1000, this type of thing is interesting to me. I think it would be fun, right? I really, really like driving. If I had $20 million tomorrow and I never had to work again or do anything else, I would continue to do this channel. I might do it slightly differently. But I would probably also like learn how to drive like that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Okay, this one's done. We have one more for this tower, and then we could start connecting everything. The Le Mans? Yeah, but the Le Mans is that's a track, right? And by the way, when I searched that, like the track racing isn't as interesting to me. I like the the varied terrain kind of a thing. That is interesting to me. I don't know. This is one of those pipe dream things like in the back of my head. Okay, guys, we've got another one done. We've been shooting the shit. We've been chatting about all kinds of things. We got to do modular engines next. All right. We're designing this blueprint. We've already laid out here. Again, we've already done these three. Now we just finished rotors. Modular engines goes in column E. Column E is right here. All right. How many modular engines do we need? 5. 2 manufacturers, 1 assembler. No, 3 manufacturers and 2 assemblers. All right, let's go find where we laid this out. This game has me in a headlock so bad right now. What do you mean? You mean playing it? The Mint 400 is the motorcycle race they do in the desert outside of Vegas. It's all off-road. Well, see, I do feel like I'm probably a little old for motorcycling, but I just really like driving. I was talking to my wife. I used to drive before I started my channel. I used to drive Lyft, I did I got a car that allowed me to do the black service, like a black car, the leather, 7 seats, right? So it's like an SUV. I really enjoyed that. Now, I didn't enjoy it when people threw up in my car, because I always did. The only real money in that was Friday and Saturday night, taking people to and from like clubs and stuff. That's kind of basically why I ended up quitting. Modular engines, look at this. This is gonna be probably the toughest one of the night. Two modular engines up top, smart plating down below. Plastic smart plating. All right, that's what we're doing. Let's get rid of this. There's some other crazy things I'd like to do with my life if I ever was able to. By the way, starting a YouTube channel is one of them, by the way. I'm doing one of those crazy things right now. Yeah, Dakar Rally. No, I think I was thinking in the back of my mind that Baja 1000. I think that's the kind of thing that I was thinking. Check the Dakar Rally. All right, I'll check it. Somebody said that on YouTube as well. Oh, it was you. It was you. You invaded both of them. The Dakar Rally is a challenging annual rally raid motorsport event that tests endurance and navigation over difficult off-road terrain. Is currently held in Saudi Arabia. The race features motorcycles, cars, and other. I mean, that is pretty cool. 10 to 15 days. You guys, you may not know this if you're relatively new around here, but earlier this year, through a long series of terrible, unfortunate events, I ended up driving from Northern California to Kansas City, Kansas in one go. I slept for 2 hours in Nebraska while my sister drove. That's it. I drove for 30 hours, took a 24 hours, took a 2-hour nap, and drove for 4 hours more. It was a 30-hour trip total. Rally Raid. The Dicker is a rally raid, a type of off-road race. Most demanding motorsport. I love that shit. That would be fun. I mean, not to do it to like compete. Like I know I'm never gonna beat the people that are like good at it. But like an amateur version of this, I think would be super fun. Maybe I should watch this. I'll look into that. What you described it sound like it? Yeah. No, this kind of stuff is interesting to me. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd ever get to it, but it's just kind of one of those things that I, think is interesting. All right. There's some other mechanical engineering things that I would like to try to do one day. I can't talk to you about those though. It's super top secret. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an inventor. When I was a kid, I would make Rube Goldberg machines before I even remember there was no internet. I have no idea why I made Rube Goldberg machines. I have no idea. I called them my inventions. I was like 11, like 10 or 11. I did like these elaborate ones all over my room. Yeah, dominoes were part of it, but like, and now this is my Rube Goldberg machine. I mean, if you think about it, if you think about it, that's basically what I'm doing now as a 41-year-old man. I'm just doing the most elaborate effing Rube Goldberg machine that has ever existed digitally. Which is basically why I like factory games. I never really thought of it that way, but I mean, that's essentially what we're talking about here with trains and trucks and it's just one big Rube Goldberg machine. All right, let's see if we can figure this out. Let's lay this out down here and kind of a schematic method. Take your awesome blueprints to real life. I got a couple of things that have been fiddling around in my brain for 30 years that I would like to prove to myself whether I can or can't do it. All right, so 5 per minute. What do we need? 2? Yeah, 2. All right, so this one's going to be 0.8 or 80%. Okay. All right, now what else do we need? Motors. We got to make those on site. So we're not making motors and moving them anywhere else. I don't think. Yep. And then we need adhered iron plate. That's a smart plate, right? Yep. Yep. There's a lot. There's a lot in this bad boy. Rotors, stators, rubber, plastic, iron plate. All right, let's get to work. First thing we have to do is set these. Mr. Clippy, huh? It's not too bad. I wish I can get into engineering. I'm just not academically gifted to keep myself on trap. Yeah, I definitely could have been an engineer. I had the math for it. I got all the way up to differential equations, the high-level physics, and all that stuff. Rubber smart plating. It was never really an issue. We need to do power first. That looks ugly and crappy. I don't like that. I think I'm gonna have to let it go though. My goal at one time was to be a mechanical engineer at Boeing or Lockheed. That would have been cool. That would be cool. I was all lined up to be a computer engineer, but I thought I liked programming, and in a way that I do in a way, but I think I would have been a lot better off if I did mechanical or civil engineering. And I ran into kind of some challenges, and instead of probably meeting those challenges appropriately, I decided to switch to an economics degree. And that's why I'm writing reports for a living. Math studies, basically. But I found myself a way to do that in a way that nobody else really does, which is kind of cool. I have a very extremely unique job. I am not irreplaceable. Nobody is. But at the very least, at least I'm expensive to replace. In terms of training time. So, you know, I'll take what I can get. And I don't really have regrets. I had the kind of job. I mean, and I've run my own business before. I used to flip houses. And it gave me time to be with my family. You know, I didn't have like some like high powered job or something like that. Right. Let's get this power in before we do anything else. I'm a purchaser and programmer in real life. I make sure the plastic factory has all it needs to manufacture inner parts for Volvo trucks. When I get home, I work on supplying factories and Satisfactory. Factories is life. Nice, jocks. That's really cool. I help school districts get money. That is essentially what I do. Aww. I am technically a consultant, but I'm also a realtor. Let's just say I have my finger in many pies. Sal? Yeah, I used to write mortgages in California years ago. Yeah, I flipped from 2007 to 2012. I mostly did it with other people's money. I had very little of my own money. Oh, that's ugly. All right. Wiring is done. Yeah. I was in the right place at the right time. I knew the right people, and I came in and like I said, right now, like, I mean, I was like 24, right? And I didn't have 2 pennies to rub together. Now, after 20 years of working, right? 15 years, 17 years of working, now I actually have some money that I could use to flip. If that same thing happened again, I could do pretty well. But I didn't really come out of it with much more than a job and knowledge. It's not like I made like $500,000 or something, like a lot of other people, like all the people that I worked for. Crazy. You love seeing me hide cables? Well, these are kind of crappily hid because I'm using glass. But, on a quick glance, it looks good. All right. So we need motors to go up, and we need motors. There's rotors. There's adhered iron plate. Rubber and iron plate. There's a lot going on here. Motors. That looks good. No! Totally. Hey, Ken, back after 2-3 months of not being able to watch your stream. I'm excited how the cyberpunk world has evolved. Did you already do a quick tour for today? Then I'll watch it in the VOD. Not really. What was the last thing that you remember me working on? Let's save this. Is this modular engines? Yep. The beginning of the aluminum factory. Yeah, so you haven't seen any of the 4 new towers. You saw the power plant, because I think I did the power plant before the aluminum. So you haven't seen the aluminum plant, nor have you seen the kin towers. You can take a look. Not being able to watch means working and playing for 150 hours of Factorio. Nice. Well, I've also, 2 weeks ago, I started playing my MMO, and I'm really enjoying that. This is actually my first stream back to Satisfactory in 2 weeks. Why do you ramp up the best before going out from... Why do you ramp up the belt? Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you. Modular engine blueprints for phase 4 space elevator part factory that does... here, let's just get rid of this. No worries, you can do it later. Don't want to rip you out of your blueprint flow state. Yeah, let me finish the blueprint and then how long are you gonna watch? Because I might do it at the end of the stream. Let me know how long you're gonna watch. I've been going 6.5 hours, so my goal was 8 hours. What is this? Modular engines. All right, give me an hour and a half. I'll do one at the end, okay? All right, so why am I doing this? Because I have a blueprint that I use to cap this ugly looking wall here. And I use this. I can't build it into the blueprint because it sticks out. But it looks like this, essentially. There's an argument to be made that I probably should have done it this way, but I didn't. And I've already built 2 towers worth. There's a little sneak peek at what I've been up to. All right. Okay. I kind of want to do a little shifty shift here. Let's... It's not bad. All right, let's count our inputs and our outputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1 output. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1 output. No feet left behind. Okay. We need 2 reinforced iron plate per minute. Motors. We need 4 total. Thank you for the follow. By the way, Thalamize, not Bridge, thank you for the follow. And then you subscribed, not Bridge, with for a month. I was like an hour ago when you did that. I think I was talking about the weight loss stuff and trying to continue to do this. But I appreciate it, man. I really do. Thank you. Is there anything else we need to do here? I don't think so. Connect this. I almost forgot again. All right. All right, it's time for shenanigans. What direction are all these coming? Right? Coming up from the bottom, coming up from the bottom, coming up from the bottom, coming up from the bottom. Iron plate. I think the iron plate. Where's my iron plate being made? Steel plates. Steel plates is iron plate, right? Am I out my mind? It's coated iron. Do I not have this one? Is this the one that I still don't have? The steel plates in a foundry? Is it one of the weird ones in a foundry? Yep. All right. So the steel plates come from above. And that's this one. No, that's this one. There it is. All right. two are special. That one's not. Yep. Yep. Ah, dang it, I missed one. Dang it. Good. Or maybe I put it in and I accidentally deleted it. Okay, nice. I love vertical nudge. All right. Now, one last thing. I won't forget this time. Okay, nice. Record time, baby. Testing time. By the way, visually, that's how the aluminum factory turned out. We're headed over there right now because it's got an elevator down to the basement, and I want to test these blueprints. Did I save this? I'm gonna go save. I saved that one. I'm unsure about this one. Faster to drive anyway. Passing on the right. There she is, the aluminum factory. All right, what do we need for raw materials on this? Nothing. We came over here for nothing. Silly. Let's go test it back there. I've needed raw materials on each one of these blueprints. Oh. Accident. All right, big test. That goes, all this goes. That goes stators, rotors, plastic, stators, rotors, plastic, iron plate, rubber. Stators, rotors, plastic, iron plate, rubber. Stators, rotors, plastic, iron plate, rubber. Let's see if she works. Incoming butterfly effect from that truck crash. Yeah, maybe. Uh-oh. I did the thing. I made a whole video about this and everything. There, now it'll work. Now there's no connection there. Fixed. Big fix. Are we making modular frames yet? This looks really good from the back. You know what I want to do? I think. Just 'cause. Oh my God, these take forever. All right, we got some though. All right, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, last one for this. Nope, I went in the wrong building. That's a finished building. This is the correct building. One. Ah. How many are we building of these? 5 of them. Two. 3. Oh. 5. All right. Power connection time. Every new build in your city is supplied from a central storage and new truck lines, correct? So as long as your central storage doesn't run low, you can add these mini factories. No, the central storage is the final destination for all parts. So central storage is the end game. These are supplied with raw resources. If it's a raw resource, it is supplied via train. That is usually comes from the Tyrell Corporation pyramid in the desert. If it's a raw resource, the rubber and the plastic are the only 2 items that my city is making that are being trucked in to this building, to these buildings. Just the rubber and the plastic. Everything else has to be made in factory from raw resources. And so these, like in this case, iron plate, I'm making the iron plate in here, like in the factory or in one of the factories. Guys, I don't know if I have it in me to do all these connections today. I think we're gonna take next stream and we're gonna deck out this building. It is a lot of connections. We designed 4 blueprints today and got them placed. There's some cleanup that needs to happen, right? Like these bars need to go away. These are here as kind of like a guide for placement purposes. Most of them are hidden, but these outside corners you can see. We can clean up this. I was cleaning these up. Let's clean this up really quick. Okay. All right. Those two, and then these ones. Yeah, there's a lot of connections to be made through here, but you know, to connect up these bus lines, and then a bunch of other cosmetic-y things. Plus, we got to do all of the catwalks, and we got to do the elevators, right? All of that stuff has to be done. Let me show you what sort of a finished one looks like. Well, it's not finished, but at that stage, right? And what we want to get is both purple towers to this stage here. We got to get the road work in down here, and then all of these connections in, all these finishing touches. So we can take the elevator up to any level. And then there's a bunch of work up at the top that has to be done for the accelerators, particle accelerators. That's probably its own stream, an entire stream just for that one. And then we'll have 3 factories at that stage. We already have 2, both teals. And then after the next one, after the next stream, we'll have 3 factories at that stage. All right, see, the blueprints are designed and they're in, but there's just a lot of connections and little fiddly things and, you know, cosmetic-y cleanup that needs to happen in there. I'm very eager to move over to a similar setup, but I'm worried about merging extractors into a big storage because output is then limited to output belt. Guess I'll have to look for your material logistics video. I'm sure is out there somewhere. Well, yeah, I mean, output is then limited to the output belt. Well, I just do it through trains. You just count them up, 780s. It's a 780, right? That's all you had anyway, right? Because it came out of the ground. It can't come out of the ground faster than 780. You either have 780 or less. You know, at best with a Mark III, you know, extractor in a pure, you're getting 780. So what's the difference? There's, you know, it's the same thing. 780 in, 780 out. But I use trains too. Totally. Are you still there, man? Let's get a thumbnail first. What's the coolest blueprint that we've done today? Probably this one. Yep, still here. All right, I'm gonna grab my picture, and then we'll do a little mini tour. All right. I'm gonna kind of finish. I'm gonna put in some of the finishing belts here so I can take my picture. And it looks like I've gotten more done than I have. It's Hollywood, baby. That looks good. I just have to check this. Yeah, see how this is all pixelaty? I think it's because I hit it on a frame that was not a full frame, but this one looks good. So at least I got one good one. That's why I always check it. Make sure there wasn't two bad ones. All right. All right, picture's done. Okay, so you want to start at the aluminum factory? So really, the aluminum factory was the final factory in this sector of the city. This half of the city. right? This entire half of the city works together. And the aluminum factory was the final piece of that puzzle. And this is what she looks like. As a reminder, if you don't know, this was built based off of a real life building. There's the picture of the real life building. Here's a picture of mine. I think it turned out pretty well. I even got the orange look. Plus I cyberpunked it up. How many hours did it take you to make this? The total city, my total save is 936 hours. But I've been working on the city. This city is 200 less of that. I spent about 100 on getting to the point where I could have enough materials to build the city. And then I spent another 100 on the Tyrell Corporation pyramid out in the Dune Desert. Over here. Oh, this is all lit up and everything. Can you see the pyramid? All right, we'll go out and look at the pyramid. We'll go out and look at the pyramid in a minute. This is the aluminum factory. There are many like it. This one is mine. We'll do the aluminum factory, then we'll run over to the pyramid, and then we'll take a look at Kin Towers. This is the current project. So the aluminum factory. It was the first factory where I had the elevator available to me, so I incorporated it in. I incorporated it in many ways, many times. We'll start here at the bottom. The aluminum factory has 2 separate train stations. It's got water and coal coming in, and then it's got the bauxite and a little bit of copper and a little bit of iron. I think it also has nitrogen. We need to do lights and stuff down here. This is missing lights. Kin Towers look insane. They're huge. Yeah, that's what she said. Let's stop at the logistics floor real quick. Not a lot to see here. Some logistical sorting. Kind of just keeping track of everything. Actually, we should look at the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. There's some trucks that are a little wild. I need to replace those drivers. Those drivers were me. But yeah, so lots of materials flowing up through the center line here. I like how you can kind of still run between them. I'm happy how this all turned out. Ooh. It's you, sir. Trucks pull in, drop off. Lots of items being dropped off here via truck. The outside are only signs, no walls. Only signs, yeah. If you stay till after the stream, I'll drop my Only Factories link. All right, now we're not going to go over there's a bunch of floors of each type, but this is the aluminum ingot floor. And so basically what I made was giant blueprints, and there's some stuff that isn't all the way finished. Like in reality, I would really like to connect like this catwalk over to that catwalk, things like that. I did some of the catwalk connections, you know. I did a lot of them, so we can kind of run through it and stuff. Oh, catwalk to nowhere. So yeah, yeah, this is making aluminum ingots, so we can get rid of these. Hey, there's a problem. There's a blockage somewhere. These factories too, I mean, like when I'm done building, I could definitely see me continuing maybe in even another like 50 hours going through and just like fine tuning some stuff and doing a lot of debugging, you know, just going through and just like, okay, why isn't this perfect? You know, what's missing? What can we do to make this perfect? You know, maybe do some redesigns, things like that, you know. Enjoy our life at phase 5 a little bit. But yeah, there we go. Oh no, those seem to be a new type of walls. Haven't played Satisfactory. No, these are not walls. These are just the billboards. There's a different kind of glass. Do you mean? Yeah, I mean 1.1 added some stuff. You know, you got the, you know. Yeah, do you mean this? It's just a new window. Nothing crazy. I just put a sign behind it. All right, so this is aluminum ingots. There's 2 floors of that. Let's go to the next one. Radio control units. And this is where the elevator stops. Now, since I built this tower, I learned how to make an elevator go unlimited height. But at the time I didn't know, and so we have to change elevators. But this is essentially the same sort of a thing. A little bit more space. This is for radio control units. Very large vertical bus. Banging out radio control units. There they go. Yeah. Only signs. All right, we have 3 radio control unit floors. They all pretty much look the same. This is cooling systems. Banging away. There they go. There's 2 floors of that. Let's go up to the Fuse modular frames. Let's go, Brandon. God morning, afternoon, evening to everyone. And hello, Ken. Hello. We're doing a little mini tour. Totally never got to finish seeing the aluminum factory done. And, you know, again, similar setup. There goes 2 Fuse modulars, or maybe just 1. And then we switch elevators again. A couple of fuse modulators, and then we have turbo motors, just 1 floor, and then the final floor has kind of all the little leftovers, right? The little things that really didn't deserve their own floor. Turbo motors. So again, very similar things happening here. And this is the final floor. Hodgepodge, finishing things off. You know, like some aluminum casing, some heat sinks, some all clad aluminum sheets. There you go. Now, I did do something I thought was pretty cool. Let me in, let me in, let me in. I made it so that you can see outside. At least on this elevator. All right, there you go. I'm gonna take the shortcut down. Any last questions on the aluminum factory? Every nook and cranny of this thing is filled. That's what she said. What are you doing, sir? Yeah, keep hitting the elevator button, it'll go faster, just like real life. It worked, didn't it? Yep, there's Kin Towers. Sky bridges and everything. Okay, let me know if you have never seen the pyramid up close. Yeah, I really incorporated the elevators even better in Kin Towers because I kind of had a project to play with them. And then when I was doing the design work, I was able to incorporate them better rather than just kind of like, they were a little bit like tacked on. But with Kin Towers, they're incorporated in a major centerpiece. Quite literally a centerpiece. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's do pitch black. Yeah, I totally did. Somebody on Twitch asked me. Somebody on Twitch hadn't seen it. So if you haven't seen the pyramids, here you go. We are pitch black dark. And if you haven't seen it, this took me an hour, 100 hours to build. The lights, many of the lights are blueprinted and yet still random. That was not easy to figure out a way to do, by the way. Much of this is blueprinted. I have the blueprints. If you wanted to make this yourself or a version of this, you absolutely can. Just let me know and I can upload them and they're free on my Discord. What this does is it is my train hub, my raw resource train hub. We'll pay our respect. We will pay our respects to Clifford when we get there, sir. Okay, calm down, sir. Calm down. All right. Without further ado, here we go. There it is. I'm very happy with this. This is fun to build. And as I said, it is very functional. This is a key part of my factory ecosystem. And we're gonna need a lot of this. There's gonna be a lot of work out here when it comes time. This supplies the raw materials to the city. Okay, this is like the prep station. You know, it's like a central kitchen. And while we're here, please pay our respects. Here lies the remains of Clifford. The last words he heard were, "That's not that far down." I mean, and to be fair, I mean, you know, that isn't that far down. He was up there. All right, and I deleted something. And his little stubby legs couldn't take it. He was not run over by a train, however. Now, replacement Clifford is stuck. And I'm a little bit afraid of trying to fix him. I mean, what if I built a floor like this and then deleted this? Could he get out? Hey, buddy. Come on out of there. There you go. What do you got? Iron plate. Useless. All right, you're not stuck anymore. You've gotten fat. Where are you going? What are you doing? I still can't believe you murdered a poor innocent doggo, you monster. It was not murder, okay? In no universe is what I did considered murder. Okay, I did not murder him. It was involuntary manslaughter at best. Involuntary dog slaughter. All right? Keep your terms straight, sir. All right, so this is a logistics floor. Lots of materials flowing. All of these materials are flowing to my cyberpunk city. He's been eating 4x4s. Well, apparently he's been eating iron plate. He's been eating 4x4s and shitting iron plate. So yes, here is the intake of raw materials. And I can gather up these big old long trains of materials anywhere on the map, right? If I need a bunch of materials, I can go find a place, throw down a couple of big train stations, send in the trains filled with whatever. And then I have a tracking sheet that tells me everything that's being used. Inflows, outflows, what's being used, or what towers are using it, right? So I have 1,200 iron that's in there being not being used yet, right? I only have 300 limestone not being used. Okay, I've got some coal here, some SAM ore ready to go. Okay, so we're gonna need some more trains. And as I get more trains, I'll add them to the list and keep track of what we need. So like, let's say how much iron plate do we need for factory we're working on right now, right here. Don't worry about that copper ore. We're gonna need a lot of copper ore. See, look, iron ore. 526, that's all we need. Right? We already have it. I don't need any iron, right? I need copper. I need a lot of copper, okay? I need buttloads and buttloads of copper. I need a decent amount of deuterium. We need a good amount of coal. All right, coal, copper, quartz, raw quartz, 150. Do I already have enough? Crystal. Nope. I need some more crystal, but I bet you I could upgrade these. So what I might do is check out these and pop them to Mark 3s. I bet you those are still on Mark 2 miners. And if I popped them to Mark 3, maybe I could get some more crystal out of it, and then I could run the overflows. All right, but this is my general plan. But let's take a look, right? We need a lot of copper, a lot of coal, and limestone, whatever, and a decent amount of deuterium as well. That's really it, right? Because we're importing all the plastic, and bauxite. But we have a lot of bauxite already, extra. Well, there isn't any extra, but where is the bauxite? Did I do the bauxite? No, I didn't do the bauxite. I gotta track the bauxite train. I have to do that too. But the thought is, okay, I need a lot of coal and copper. All right, well, let's go over to the map. Where is the greatest concentration of coal and copper, right? And we'll turn on deuterium as well. All right, so this is pretty good. Look at this. Look at all this pure node stuff. Do I already have, I actually may already have a train here. I think I have a train already pulling this. This isn't bad. You can do a train line out here. All right. That's 780 times 3 coal, 780 copper, 780 deuterium. We can ship down, we can do a couple sky bridges or belt bridges, move some more copper across, bring this down. build a train station right here. Here's a train station. We could basically scoop all this up. Or maybe we do a train station down here and then a train station up here. Because we got these copper ores right there. A lot of this we're already moving in. Here's 2 coals. We're gonna need to make sure that I have those plugged in. So, you know, that's kind of the idea. I've got a train station out here. I've got a train station in here somewhere. And then I have one up there for the bauxite. So we definitely can do another one up here, right? Scoop all this out of here. I know where that is. That's the Gold Coast one. Yeah, I don't know. But the point is, we can scoop it all to the pyramid, categorize it, and then send it in the trains that we need to in the upper floor. Do you think you'll ever need to convert items at some point? I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe we'll do it for fun. All right, let's check out Kin Towers. All right, let's take a ride back. There they are. Two of these towers are very far along, the 2 teals. The purples are the ones we're working on. So let me show you the teal totally, because that's going to be the best indicator for you. And I do love this elevator here. This is my favorite elevator, I think, in the game so far for me. Well, I have one on each of these towers, but I designed it so that, by the way, this is one of the extended ones. It goes all the way up. Get a little bit of light. I love it because we can see outside and inside. The same elevator. I put it right in the center there, so we could switch back and forth. Dude, I know it worked when I hit the button. And then up here we have what is going to be our, I don't like that. There we go. Up here we have all of our particle accelerators as an exterior element to our buildings. Again, these teal ones are done. The purple ones are missing a bunch of, encasement and lighting. But that's one of the things that we're going to do next stream. But yep, and then we got our sky bridges in. And that's a lot of belt work back and forth. Let me show you that real quick. And then let me know if you guys have any questions about this. But yes, basically they're just a bunch of conveyor lifts. Because I couldn't get a belt to go at 45 degrees. I don't think it's possible, actually. And I did some crazy stuff to try to get us there. But yeah, I wanted this really extreme 45-degree angle. To go from building to building. So there we go. So a lot of work in here. We'll probably connect all of the blueprints here next week, next Saturday, and we'll get the flooring in for sure. We'll try to get this purple building as finished as the other teal buildings are. And then the week after, we will do the blueprinting out of purple 2, and then we'll do all the prep work for purple 2. So that'll be the next 4 weeks. I may have to take a week off in there. I have a work trip. So there we go. Another successful stream, guys. And these guys are getting put together. Yeah, I would say 3 more streams. And then all the blueprints will be in. And then we have to start connecting everything. Right? We have to connect the towers. We have to connect the ends of the buses together. We have to start building out the subfloor, right? The subway. And then after that, after all of that is done, then we have to route our trucks, which isn't that big of a deal. But really, we have to go find all of this materials, get it to the pyramid that we were just at, and then start sending the trains. Still a lot to do, and that's just phase 4. Still have all of phase 5 to do. So I've drastically pulled back on how much I play Satisfactory while I experiment and play other games and have fun doing other things. But it's good to get back to Satisfactory once a week. I'm looking forward to continuing that. 2 weeks was too long. Once a week, I think, is going to be just right for me for a long time. And remember, when this playthrough is over, that's it. There's only 2 things that'll get me to come back to play Satisfactory. That is 2.0, not 1.2. They would have to put something insanely good in 1.2 that really got me excited about this game, more than what came out in 1.1. So my guess is 1.2 will not get me to start another save. Maybe 2.0. And the only other thing that can get me out is if the right person offered me a collaboration to build with them, I might do that. I have 2 ideas for my next save. I'm afraid to tell you, but I'm going to tell you anyway. It's the end of the stream. Again, guys, this is not happening anytime soon. I really need a long extended break from Satisfactory. All right, at least that's how it feels right now. Maybe after 6 months of only playing once a week, I will feel like starting another playthrough. But as it stands right now, I'd need 2.1 for that. So my 2 ideas is to build Minas Tirith in Satisfactory. But do it cyberpunk style. Huge curvature, probably facing the green fields, right? You know, the cliffs. Make it so that at the top it goes up to the I don't know what we do about this rock. Maybe we could find a place to fit this rock in, but you know how you have the cliff. Try to do something like that, and then everything is in this. No matter what, I'm gonna do everything in one place again. So either this build, but I can't do the old style, right? I can't make it look like Lord of the Rings because we have metal and we have lights, and I love my lights. So I would do sort of a cyberpunk Lord of the Rings, I think. So that's number 1. And number 2, idea number 2 is to build an actual floating Death Star that does everything. I mean everything in one place, and drone it all up. Actually free floating. It has its own power. Now there would be stuff that need to happen on the ground too. You know, there would need to be a ground power plant, and there would need to be and then the fuel, though, I think we supply from the Super Star Destroyer, and I make a giant sphere. I make a giant Death Star. And I go pretty high up and pretty big. I might have to turn off the kill zone if it gets too high. I mean, it will get too high. I want to make a huge. That would be the only 2 things that I would get excited enough to want to do something like this again. I mean, guys, this is 1,000 hours. It's going to be 1,200 minimum before I'm done, right? 1,200 hours, right? I have to do something that I'm excited enough to be able to commit to that, you know? So those are my 2 ideas. But it really probably would have to be 2.0, a paid expansion for me to come back after this. Yeah, you could do an infinite link power line. Well, I don't want to do a power line. I wanted to do no power, truly free floating, and supplied only with drones. I think that would be pretty sick. I vote bring back the Star Wars theme. Yeah, I never got to do the Super Star Destroyer. I never got to do the Death Star. Basically, it would be Death Star only. If I had to choose between the 2 right now, it would be the Death Star. I think it's a cleaner build. I think it makes sense. All of your outputs at each resource node. Well, I would have the drone ports. Every resource node would just have a drone port. There would be a network for power and drone ports and extractors. That's it. The idea is kind of like the Death Star has moved in, and it is extracting all the resources and sending everything up to the Death Star. You know, kind of like the Forest Moon of Endor a little bit. And I make it really high up. I think that would be fun. And really big. Curvatures and stuff in Satisfactory is really hard. But if it's big enough, things get easier. I probably make it with mostly beams, because I can do a lot of custom stuff with beams. And just one mega factory that we just get lost inside. Like, I wonder what would be the what was the diameter of the Death Star? 120 kilometers. So we can't do it actual life size in the game, right? How big is the map? What size in kilometers is kilometers is the Satisfactory map? 30. Oh, 30 square kilometers. Sorry. It's 8 by 7. It's 7 by 8. So, you know, we could do it at, you know, we could figure out the scale. Make it really big, really tall. Anyway, those are my ideas right now, but that's a long, long time away. Like I said, this is the beast right now. I'm gonna put everything into this, and I really, really am enjoying my other games. I'm loving Ashes of Creation. I know that probably most people that are listening to me have no interest in that, and that's fair. But I'm really loving that game. Guys, any last questions? We've talked about all sorts of crazy shit today. We are very close to my goal of 8 hours. Next stream is going to be Tuesday night. It's going to be Ashes of Creation. I am blowing through the leveling content. Leveling content is not the best. I've done some on the stream. Since I don't have to run a guild anymore, I think the content's been a little bit cleaner, right? There's less like one-sided discussions because, you know, I don't want to broadcast other people's Discord conversations to the stream, you know, and instead of us talking about logistics and stuff like that, which are boring, we are doing grinding, and we're doing dungeons, and I realize that's just a different kind of boring to some people, but the PvP content is coming. I need to get to level 25. I need to get some decent gear, and then we're going to be stealing packs, and I can tell you this. So here's just a quick little thing that happened. Nope. Here we go. So this is the map. My guild and my alliance helped build this up, Winstead, but our leader lost the election. There is an election, and we lost. So there's been discussion on whether we become the capital city, right, quotes, of the desert, right? Right now, these are kind of being built up. We have a very, very organized, we will kind of control several of these. They have a kind of a king and vassalship setup. Right now, these three are vassals of Winstead. And we'll pick one of these probably. There's some strategy in which ones, because they have different advantages, but somebody's going to pick one of the desert ones, and then the other deserts are going to kind of be their vassals. But we've decided to come up here. This is the open PvP zone. Anything in the water is open PvP. If you're in the water, you can be killed with no consequences to the enemy that kills you. If you die, there are consequences to you. We're going to be up here. I'm going to be a pirate. I'm going to have to start drinking rum on the stream. I don't know which one we're doing. Here's Brine Barrel. Here's Corin. It'll probably be Corin. I don't know. Maybe there's something to be said for being on the mainland. Wind and Sea. Right? If we made Wind and Sea kind of the capital city, we could just run right into the Riverlands. A lot of the Riverlands here is a lot of action happens down here. So anyway, there's going to be some crates moving back and forth. That's the content I want to bring to the channel, is chasing people down, stealing their crates, protecting our guild's crates, getting into some PvP against the best people. The game is still in alpha. It's still in flux. Nobody is like the best at PvP in this game. There isn't even, there's a new class coming that isn't even out yet, right? So that's going to change stuff. But that's kind of the plan. I don't know where we're going up here, but we're going up here somewhere. And I'm going to be a major part of the PvP for the guild. So the guild that I joined. So I'm really looking forward to it. But that's what's going on there. And then what'll happen is that's Alpha 3. And then in 4, 6, 8 months, whatever, we're going to switch over to beta, and then everything gets reset and we re-level to 25. And that'll be beta 1. And then 6 months after that, 8 months, whatever, it's beta 2, and we reset and everything gets wiped. There's a lot more map coming. These are the races. This is what the final map's gonna look like. So the game in Alpha 2 started in last October with just the Riverlands. And then there was all that controversy in December about the desert opening. Is it open? Is it finished? Whatever. It was like done 6 weeks later. Okay. I mean, not done. I mean, nothing's done, right? But like, desert's in. Then they added the jungles. I haven't even been down there. I don't know when they added this, like a few months later. And then the Turquoise Sea came in like, I don't know, when was that? Like May, I think. May or June. And then they just put in the anvils. That came in 2 weeks ago. This is the newest zone. We have this sort of like Badlands thing happening here still to do. And then we have this forest area on this continent. And that's just the West Coast, the West continent. And then there's the entirety of the East continent. So, again, this is all that's in the game right now, right here. So, there's a lot still to go. This isn't satisfactory. How are we, Ken and chat? Well, we're just wrapping it up. I was talking about all sorts of stuff. We finished designing 4 blueprint sets and got them all into this factory here. This is what we got in today. But yes, I was kind of signing out. And yeah, I was talking a little bit about my other passion. All right, guys, that is really it. Sorry, it's a myth. Apologies for being late. Yeah, you're only 8 hours late. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Tuesday night, as I was saying, Tuesday night's the next stream. I'm still leveling. I've got probably another week of leveling. We'll show that off Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. By next Tuesday, I should be level 25. We'll be focused on PvP. All right. So that is, yeah, just like being at work. Yeah, I know. That's it for me, guys. I'm going to save and I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for the stream, Ken. You're welcome. Have a good night too, my Cito. That was VOD 126. We're going to find somebody to raid. We have 32 viewers on Twitch. YouTube, if you guys wouldn't mind, there's 145 of you watching right now. Now, I realize most of you are asleep, but if you're awake, if you could just take a second and like the VOD, the stream, that would be great. And Twitch, we're going to find somebody to raid who is playing Satisfactory. Let's do Teledane Tulip. We haven't raided them in a long time. Oh my gosh. Spaghetti's Factory. Wow. You guys have to see this. You guys call me Spaghetti Factory. You guys have to check this out on Twitch. Starting the raid. Appreciate those likes, guys, on YouTube, and I will see you in a couple of days. We'll hang out and we'll play some Ashes of Creation. I mean, I'll play, you'll watch. Hopefully. All right, that's it for me. Good night.